Um, yeah, so I've watched this a fair bit, but I've tried not to watch any of the streamers who are too far like into it because I don't want to. A lot of the events are based on the the in canon series, so none of it is particularly surprising. But I still didn't want to really like spoil which bits they've chosen and which kind of like story points they've chosen to put into the game. But this does have quite a lot of sort of like choose your own adventure kind of thing going on, and a lot of RNG as well. And so just because you see a streamer dealing with a certain situation doesn't mean it's going to go the same way for you, because you might make exactly the same choices and get a completely different outcome, which is pretty cool. But I've still tried not to watch too much of this. But I have watched enough to know that it is cool and everyone is enjoying it. You have a Twitch question? Fire away. I don't have one quite. If I had one, I would totally wear it. Totally wear it. But I do not have a Star Trek uniform. Because I don't want to... It's the kind of thing where I'm a bit of a perfectionist, and I wouldn't want one of those like cheap. No, because I wouldn't want one of those like cheapy ones. I was just looking, like, you can get a cheap one for like less than 25 quid. It's gonna be crap. The material is gonna be terrible. The stitching is gonna be terrible. For that kind of thing, because I used to do LARPing. I used to take my costumes very seriously. I used to make my own costumes. I would rather either like spend a fortune and get a really nice one, or do it myself, which is a bit beyond my skill level probably. Yeah. Ben's gonna sue me. Why is Ben gonna sue me? Was I a furry? No, but I did play a lizard. I did have a lizard tail. The link to the suggestion site. That's funny. You think that Twitch has a suggestion site? They have a cesspool called User Voice, where ideas go to die. If you want to go and type at it, feel free, but it's a complete waste of time. They do not have a suggestion site. I have seen you as a Ferengi bot, yes. Oh, Scaly? No. So the short story is basically me and my friends' characters were on an adventure, the details of which I forget because this was a very long time ago. And basically we came across an evil wizard, and the evil wizard gave us a curse, which meant that we had lizard tails. And during the adventure, this had certain physical disbenefits and benefits, like things we had, buffs and debuffs we got. When we left the adventure, the referee, as it was called in that system, so the dungeon master, the GM, said to us, you don't have to, that effect has worn off now, you don't have to stick with it. And we're like, we would quite like to have that stick. And so we had him write it on our character cards that our characters had to be played from that point onwards with a physical representation, a phys rep of the tail. And so I had a 4-foot long plushy lizard tail that I wore from that point onwards playing that character. It was really good fun. Yeah, October. Yes, it's fantastic. I'm there. I'm also aware that I'm considerably fewer points than last year, which is slightly concerning. But yes, we are pretty much there. Also, historically, I have to keep an eye on it because historically, the first month is always much higher than the second 2 months. So I also need to keep an eye on that as well. But hopefully, it'll be fine. This month certainly looks fine. We may have to do some shilling. Playing with the permanent tripping hazard? Yeah, pretty much. But it did give me, because I used to LARP at Chislehurst Caves, which is a very cold, damp environment. And it did give me something like soft and dry to sit down on. Because I basically had a little portable seat with me, which is quite nice. Instead of sitting on the chalk. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. And I know that I have some tier 2s and 3s within the last like 3 days of the month. So I genuinely don't know how Amazon deals with that. I don't know how they do that. Like, do people get their sub? Obviously, it will renew during the month, but I don't know if they get their renewal notice on the 28th. I have no idea. I guess we'll find out on Sunday, Monday, Saturday. You may be too interested in the game to watch for too long. Like I was saying, I don't think there's too much danger. You'll get the impression pretty quickly, but because of the replayability, I don't think watching is too much of a problem. That's the impression that I got anyway. Gifting a tier 3 sub to my community. Thank you very much, Bonty, for gifting a tier 3 sub to Daybreaks. That is very kind of you. Thank you so much. Daybreaks, where are you? You got a tier 3 sub. Thank you so much. That's extremely kind. Thank you, Bonty. I think I saw Daybreaks typing earlier. Maybe I did. Maybe I didn't. I can't remember. Dang, son. Stat Shills fought like... I'm considering... funnily enough, talking about Star Trek, I'm considering the Star Trek mobile game sponsorship at the moment. And it's pretty much the only one that I'm looking at doing. Star Trek. I can't remember what it's called now. Star Trek something. Star Trek jabby phone a lot. Fleet Command, yeah. There is a sponsorship available for that right now. Not a very good one. Thank you, October. I appreciate it. So gift subs don't count. So in terms of Twitch Plus, do I still have my blurb that comes up every 5 minutes? In terms of Twitch Plus, gift subs do not count. Gift subs do not count. Only paid subs count towards Twitch Plus, including primes. Primes don't count either. Literally just tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 personal subs. No gift subs. That's why it's so difficult. So, but that's funny. I was talking to someone about this earlier. So if you ignore Twitch Plus for a second, what's the question? What's better, tier 3 gift sub or 5 tier 1 gift subs? I think that would, if they're the same price, it doesn't make a difference to me. In terms of just rev share, that doesn't make a difference. If it's the same value on subs, because I have Twitch Plus, I get the same rev share across all subs, regardless. That is the reason why we do the Twitch Plus, because it makes Twitch it makes Twitch's rev share go from being terrible to being acceptable. Yeah, we'll see, Yak, on whether it pops up. Obviously, the sub will renew during the month, obviously, because it's a monthly thing. But whether it will give you your, like alert, which is not tied to the payment, on Saturday, I don't know. It's a 30-day thing? Is it? Mine goes out on the same day each month. Are you sure? Yeah, that's weird. I swear I only have one paid sub. I swear that goes out on the same day each month. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. We'll find out together. That might explain why February is always such a terrible month. Not as bad as January, but it's still pretty bad. January and February on Twitch are awful months. Holy crap. Last month I didn't even cover my rent. Such is the way of things. Right, last month was Eco. Yeah, which is why it's always shit. Because I was doing Eco. But maybe next year we don't do that. Holy shit.
Euphonium 007 gifted 20 tier 1 subs to chat.
Yeah. Oh god. Oh god. You're making the planet go like... Oh god. I have the game set to ultra. My GPU did not like that. Thank you very much. Holy crap. Thank you very much, Euphonium, for gifting subs to Newt Newt, Rob Stormguards, Yo-Ho, Yo-Ho, The Great Captain, Zaro, Martin Lacris, Turbulent Descent, ROW Gunny, Cringer, who is currently playing Star Trek as well, Druid No Bow or Bow, Dro, Dergrim, Tip, Percy Flage or Flage, Maximus, Kikilu, Fiskius, Saltman Gambling, and 4BF4BAF40. Thank you. You did almost nuke Voyager. Thank you very much. You probably couldn't see it, but the planet in the background was like. Thank you so much. That's extremely kind of you. Yes, and so just in case you weren't aware, so although gift subs don't count for the Twitch Plus qualification, the resultant increased rev share absolutely does count for gift subs. So because I have Twitch Plus from last year, I get that same increased rev share across all subs. So thank you very, very, very much. And it's extremely kind of both of you. Is that a planet you thought it was a star? It's a planned star. You wouldn't understand. Are you qualified? Ensign.
Darth Wolfie used their prime sub here for the first time ever. A very warm welcome to Darth Wolfie. Enjoy your complimentary rocket.
Thank you very much. Yo. Prayer, the word yo does not suit you. Hello, Prayer. How you doing? Darth Wolfie. Thank you very much. That's hard to say. Thank you very much for the brand new Prime sub. That is extremely kind. Thank you so much. Oh, sun's reloaded. My voice chills you out. Well, then you'll be interested in the new project that I have coming this year because I'm doing a podcast. More about that TBD. I started to work on it earlier today. Right. Although it's like DMCA free music, the streamer mode music is pretty good. Okay. So I decided this first playthrough is going to be like my playthrough. I may ask for advice every now and again, or like opinions on what I should do. But this is going to be my playthrough. And then at some point in the future, we'll do a chat playthrough where I basically click the buttons for you. And it's your playthrough, and we'll do it with, you know, like Twitch polls or something like that, or just straw polls. And you will be responsible for the deaths and lives of the crew. 2 hours. I'm aiming for like 8 to 10 minutes. I guess we could do the occasional long episode. It's just like little quick trivia.
Maynardin said.
I advise you to press all the buttons.
Yes. Kill Neelix. Kill Neelix. There's no Twitch integration? No, but we can get around that. Alright. Shall we? Step 1, inject war core. Step 2, talk about what's the... So in every Star Trek branch, if you like, series, there is like one technical thing that they talk about over and over and over and over and over again. In Star Trek The Next Generation, it was inverse tachyon pulses. In Voyager, it's gel packs, and what's the other one? Or am I thinking of Voyager for tachyons? Maybe I'm thinking of Voyager for the tachyons as well. What's the Star Trek Next Generation one? Voyager's tachyon. What's the Next Generation one? Because they do something with the deflector dish over and over and over and over again. What if we... I think it was like neutrinos or something. What if we reverse polarity? Just reverse the polarity. Reverse it. Solves all the problems. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Don't cross the streams. Flux something or other. I think that's Back to the Future, isn't it? The flux capacitor. Right. Select a difficulty mode. Adventure. Focus on the journey, recommended for players who want to enjoy the story and exploration without the constant pressure of the fight for survival. Resources are plentiful, combat is manageable, dialogues and away missions are less challenging, hope sickness is a minor problem. Survival. The authentic Delta Quadrant experience. Recommended for experienced strategists and resource managers. Resources are limited, combat is challenging, dialogues and away missions are demanding, and hope sickness is a problem. Years of Hell. This is the one that I'm going to make you do. The ultimate stress test. Recommended for players who have already completed survival mode and wish to put their skills to the test. Resources are scarce, combat is deadly, dialogues and away missions are more challenging, hope sickness is a major problem, and chat is going to fail. I'm going to do survival. Why have you been handed retro-looking red shirts? Yeah. You are the captain of the Federation starship USS Voyager. I can read. Manage your ship and crew, plot a course through procedurally generated star systems. Your unique ship built and the decisions you make will reshape the story. Caching shaders. Making funny sounds. Nearly done. Kill it with fontons. Isn't that a type of soup?
A few days back, this Captain Janeway breezes into my cozy penal colony like she owns the place. She's stern and smells like coffee and regulations. And the kicker? She's served with my old man on the Albatani. Turns out her security chief, Tuvok, was playing spy on a Maquis ship that vanished in the Badlands. Now Janeway needs that missing ship found, and because of my past associations, I'm apparently the resident expert on the Badlands. I find the missing Maquis. She puts in a good word for me at my next parole review. Simple. Still, the view is infinitely better than a holding cell. It's not every day you get a front row seat on a brand new Intrepid-class starship's maiden voyage. The USS Voyager. Might even get to touch the helm.
Oh, sorry. It doesn't have no mute on mouse. I'm gonna go quiet mode, just because there's gonna be a lot of dialogue and I don't want to get interrupted. So we're gonna go quiet mode because people do tend to come in and just like press the buttons without listening. Hello, Soldier Man. 30 hours so far? Yeah, it looks like as quite a few of the streamers that I like watching have been playing it quite a lot in the last few days. So I think Cringe has been playing it for like 2 whole streams. So it looks like there's a decent amount of content. Do you get to fly at Warp 10 and evolve into a slug? I think there's quite a lot of the the canon story in there. So in answer to the voiceover question, there are little snippets of what sound like AI generated copies of the voices, but they're okay. But most of the dialogue is text, so I will read it. I am not doing impressions. I will just read it. When I watched Gassy Mexican play this, he did amazing impressions. His Tuvok is insanely good. And he turned Catherine Janeway into a smokes 100 a day New York lady, which was hilarious. Intimate salamander? Oh, okay. A profile image looks like the kind of image that people put on dating websites. Like, very heavily filtered. Catherine Janeway. Gentlemen, welcome to Voyager. Ensign Kim, who will never be promoted. Maybe demoted. What's worse than an ensign? I don't know. You're fresh from the academy, ready for your first deep space assignment? Reporting for duty, Captain. It's an honor to be here. Aye. It's got a stammer, bless him. I hope I live up to your expectations. Cadet? Yes, Cadet Kim. We shall demote him. Ensign Kim, I trust you've already met Tom Paris, our esteemed observer. He's a criminal. Our former Marquis pilot who will help us search the Badlands for the Marquis vessel. He's a, fantastic graduate of Starfleet Academy. Decorated ensign, blah, blah, blah. He's literally a criminal that they've just, grabbed to go and do this thing they need him to do. Esteemed observer? Really? With daddy issues, yes. With all due respect, ma'am, observer is hardly a title befitting of my talents. I'm the best damn pilot in the sector. Call me pilot extraordinaire, ensign. The Marquis? Wow, I have heard a lot of stories about them. Relax, I was with the Marquis only for a few weeks before I was captured and sent to a lovely little penal colony in New Zealand. Per penal colony? Daddy was an admiral, he was. Daddy also hates him. Enough chatter, gentlemen. All hands, this is the captain. Report to your stations. Helm takes us to the Badlands maximum warp. This game looks cool. Into the Badlands. The Badlands, treacherous region of space where violent plasma storms can cripple even the most advanced ships. Captain Janeway observes the swelling chaos from the view screen, a subtle smile playing on her lips. She's ready for the challenge. She laughs at death. Scanners are picking up no other vessels in the system, Captain. It's your time to shine, Mr. Paris. Any idea what your former colleagues might be hiding? I wasn't exactly Marquis of the Year, Captain, but they did prefer underground bases, remote planets, and... Captain, I don't mean to interrupt, but I'm reading a coherent tetryon. Tetrions. It's tetrions, not tachyons. Tachyons is Tachyons is next generation. This is tetrions. Tetrion beams. Yes, we were saying tachyons, it's tetrions. A coherent tetrion beam is scanning us, and a displacement wave is heading straight towards us, probably also made of tetrions. A colossal wave of turbulent tachyon, tetrion, whatever, energy surges towards Voyager, its power dwarfing anything the crew has ever seen. With no time to analyze the threat, emergency measures are initiated, and an inverse tachyon pulse is also just, you know, the thing to do. I don't speak Star Trek. Red alert, helm, evasive maneuvers. Reverse course. A bit late for that. Too late. The wave will intercept us in 5 seconds. Brace for impact. This is going to be ads in 1 minute and 40 seconds, by the way. This tickles all the tricky spots. It's really good. That model is fantastic. Aftermath. As the crew regains consciousness, they find their bridge in total devastation. Twisted metal, sparking consoles, and injured crewmates paint a grim picture. What just happened? Damage report. Major hull and deck damage and transporters are offline, and we're receiving casualty reports. This isn't an advert for seatbelts. Did rocks fall from there? They're polystyrene, it's okay. They're not real. Bridge to sickbay. Doctor, I've got an injured crew on the bridge. Oh no. Doctor. Damn. Captain, we're losing systems across multiple decks. Deuterium tanks are empty. Warp core's gone to grey mode. The hell is grey mode? Did they just make something up? I think they just made something up. Warp core's gone to grey mode. We're on reserves. Mr. Paris, take the helm. Scan for the nearest source of deuterium. Doctor, we've got an injured doctor. Someone get a doctor for the doctor. External sensors are offline. Stellar cartography must be down. Voyager's blind, Captain. Janeway to engineering. We need stellar cartography back online now. Tutorial. It's not going to stick exactly to the story, Bladilla. Green alert. Tutorial help. Click on the question mark icon 1 on the left of the screen to revisit any tutorial screen on the control. Press D-pad, blah, blah, blah. Activate room. Activate the stellar cartography 1 in the lower left part of the ship. To activate, open this menu by selecting the room, switching on the power supply. Alright. Activate stellar cartography by pressing the power switch. Allows to scan points of interest and see resource type and amount in another system. Changes energy consumption from 3 to 5. Okay, so we have 60. Consuming 12. Captain, sensors are picking up something out there, but, what Harry is trying to stammer is that we're not in the Badlands anymore. Something that they haven't quite got Paris's hair right. He looks like he stuck his finger in a power socket. Or it's made of felt. I'm not entirely sure. And no more coffee. Yeah, so a significant, if you haven't watched Voyager the whole way through, a significant plot device that goes through all the seasons pretty much is Janeway's constant need for coffee. There are coffee jokes. She's like sending the whole ship out of its way to go and look for coffee. She's like sacrificing things to get coffee. She's making the crew like make engineering type changes to make sure that she can have coffee. That's where there's coffee in that Nebula joke comes from. Yeah. God, it's in some kind of array. What is that thing? Where are we? Ooh, that's kind of cool. If our sensors are working, we just jumped over 70,000 light years into the Delta Quadrant. The Delta Quadrant? How? Captain, life support systems are failing. This array will have to wait. Mr. Paris, take the helm. Find us a deuterium source. You're right, I don't remember that bit. Tutorial. Scan. Scan points of interest marked with white question marks to reveal sources. Scan until you reveal deuterium, the fuel resource. Scan points of interest until one with deuterium is revealed. Voy. I'm guessing that's us. Array. B planet, shipwreck, interstellar cloud. Well, it's a Y planet. I guess we start with the closest one. Did that? No. Yeah. Let's grab the deuterium. Did I first try? I think I first tried it. Navigate your ship by traveling to various locations. While traveling, time passes in the form of cycles. When visiting points of interest, you can choose between different approaches with different risks and outcomes. The different colors of the chance bar represent the possible outcomes. This is what I was saying about how you have sort of randomness. Even if you make a choice that someone else has made, you might get a different RNG result. So they might roll good every single time, and you might roll bad every single time. Dark green and light green, excellent and good outcomes. Higher rewards such as extra resources, morale increases, etc. Yellow, average outcomes can include minor setbacks. Orange and red, bad and terrible outcomes. Lead to low rewards, and medium to major setbacks like destroyed rooms, hull damage, or severe injuries. Or demoting Harry Kim. Does this nullify a Starfleet extended warranty? I'm sure they'll find us to tell us. Okay. Poor Harry. Right. Deuterium plus question marks. Wing. Abandoned vessel. Captain, we found an abandoned ship adrift in space. It's powered down but structurally sound with a sealed storage compartment. Okay, so this is our first choice. Leave the storage alone and focus on salvaging from other parts of the ship. Destroy the vessel and salvage the debris with a torpedo launch bay, but we don't have that. Well, we gotta get the deuterium. Come on, green. Come on, green. Ooh, that was very close. That's like 2 pixels away. 70% reward distribution, plus 468 deuterium, which hopefully is a good amount. Captain, we can now deactivate gray mode. Captain ready to increase warp core output. The warp core. The warp core is the reactor that powers the ship. To generate energy, it continuously consumes deuterium. Depending on the reactor level, you produce more energy, but deuterium is required. Increase the power output by selecting main engineering and switching the warp core to a higher tier. This interface is really cool. Gray mode. antimatter, eh. Our energy levels have returned to normal, Captain. Good. Now what about this thing, this array? I can't tell, Captain. Our scanners detected a marquee vessel next to it. Cool sound. Sensor array, chance 100, scan for life signs. Let's try hailing them. Scan for life signs. Scan the ships for life signs, ensign. There's no one aboard, Captain. Scan the array. Several life forms aboard, Captain. Is one of them Vulcan? I'm not sure, Captain. The signals are weak. We'll just have to see for ourselves. I want the transporter room repaired and ready. Mr. Paris, get us to a duranium deposit. We need it to repair the transporter room. Keep track of your resources in the main HUD. Deuterium, your fuel that powers the warp drive. Duranium and tritanium, essential for construction and repair. Crew is needed to operate key systems and rooms. Collect and store duranium to repair the transporter room. Let's just have a quick look around this. Borg nanites. We're going down that arc, are we? Okay. Does that mean we get 7? Bioneural gel packs. There they are. Inevitable. They're a vital resource used for initially repairing life support as well as constructing and upgrading rooms. Science points. Okay. Dilithium. Deuterium. Energy, batteries, duranium, tritanium, food, and crew. We have 32 crew. I think. Maybe 50. The crew is the heart and soul of Voyager. Crew is required to operate... Am I moving? Orbiting. Crew is the heart and soul of Voyager. Crew is required to operate rooms but needs quarters, rations, and treatment when they are sick or injured. Morale influences how productive your crew is working. Work teams are required to perform repairs, construction, and hull repair on board Voyager. Who gave me a starship? TC Freer gave me a starship. This stream, I forgot to mention earlier, this stream is sponsored by TC Freer. Because I reached out to the publishers and they're like, hey, my audience is basically 100% geeks. Would you like to give me a copy of your game so that I can try and, influence them to buy it? And they haven't replied to my email. So TC was like, here's a copy. I'm like, cool, thanks, TC. So I have graciously accepted TC's kind offer. And so we are playing courtesy of TC Freer, who kindly gifted me the game with the DLC as well. So we get the extra missions, which is cool. The same guy who was captain of our starship. Oh, and do you know what? When I was looking in Steam earlier to install this, I realized that game exists. What's it called? Bridge Command? I really like that. It's really cool. Do I have deluxe? I do. Bear in mind, Nicholas, I've literally just started playing like 5 minutes ago. But yes, I do have the deluxe DLC. Star Trek Bridge Crew, that's it. Yeah, it's really, really good. So good. In VR, it's insanely good. Because you feel like you're on the bridge of the ship. It's so good. So well done. We might have to dust that off at some point. Yeah, I think doing that with a few of us would be really good fun. Can you imagine like you and me, Doc, with like Tiger and Lima or Grumbles or someone? That'd be cool. I think Tiger would be quite funny. Tiger doing a Klingon impression. Oh, Tiger role-playing as a Klingon. That would be so cool. We might have to do that. Okay. What am I doing? Let's install geranium. Tiger is your Mr. Worf. Kapla. Okay. Interstellar cloud. Resources. Deuterium. It's no good. But it's just there. We could go... Geranium. Geranium. Deuterium. 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 I can't. Ooh. Alright then. Let's go. Should we go to the Class L planet or the Class Y planet? Class L planet. It's got green oceans. That sounds cool. Let's go there. Tell you why. No, we're gonna go L. Can I, No, I can't. I was wondering if I can navigate in free space, but I can't. Whee! Abandoned mining station. We came across an abandoned mining station. The station is under lockdown and seems to be damaged. Safely search for anything valuable without entering the station. Come on, green. Come on, green. Yes. Nice. We now have all the geranium we need for now. Still not getting a promotion, Harry. Engineering is standing by to repair the transporter, Captain. Repairing rims. Get more of everything. You always need more of everything. Especially coffee. Damaged rims are not operational. Select a rim to bring up the rim controls. If you have the resources and work teams needed, you can initiate repairs. Is Janeway enabled? Maybe. Yeah, maybe. I think she might be one of the things that's excluded because I didn't bother adding it to that group. If she's not, I can probably go and re-enable her. Let me see if I can re-enable it. Because I should be able to individually turn it on. Yeah. And what is the cooldown? On that command. It is reasonably short. Have at it. Try again.
There's coffee in that nebula.
There you go. All right. Janeway's next expert. She will do everything herself. I am an orange shirt, yes. We've developed a new class of officer. So you've got like the command and the science and the medical and all that jazz. We are the backseating class. We are the orange shirts. I don't know if the game has a reference to the red shirts. We'll see. That would be funny if it does. Right. Okay. Repair and activate the transporter room. This takes 14 geranium, and we had 44. Okay. Transporter's back online, Captain. Can I have a promotion? The love child of command and engineering. Mr. Paris set a course for the array. It's time we got some answers. Captain, would it not be sensible if we just pop next door and get some more geranium, you know, like while we're here? Considering it's there. We're going off piste. We're going off tutorial. We located a rich asteroid field right flipping next to us, containing valuable minerals. One of our scientists suggested using a new experimental mining technique which has the potential for a much higher yield, but there's a chance it could destroy the asteroids. Use the I can't do that anyway. Use the standard mining procedure and get in the green, in the green, in the green. Oh, bollocks. I wonder if because I'm still in tutorial, nothing bad happened. We got a lower distribution, I think that's probably it. Okay. Alright. What is that? Is that just... this orange thing on the side? Is that just decoration? I think that's just decoration. Right. Array. What is that? Is that Tuvok? That model is cool. Ensign Cameron, Mr. Paris. Get ready for your first away mission. Away missions present a series of challenges. The first one is that you have to kill your people to transport them anywhere, because that's how transporters work, and we'll come back to that later. Heroes possess skills 2 and traits 3. Skills. Trait. Quick-witted. Select the heroes with matching skills for your away team. Recommended traits pilot and quick-witted. Well, isn't that convenient? 25 somethings, 13 something else's, and 21 something else's. I'm guessing that's command, engineering, and medical. So Harry has no medical. Oh yeah, because he was a bit of a field medic-y kind of guy, wasn't he? Dr. McCoy, yeah. Decide on an approach and select the hero to complete the challenge with the appropriate skill. The skill is lower than the requirement, the success chance is displayed. Captain, we seem to have materialized in the middle of a cornfield. This place, it's eerily similar to Earth, but something's off. Any suggestions what we do next? Because the Heisenberg uncertainty principle of transporters shouldn't work anyway. That's an interesting point. Bellana. Bellana. With an apostrophe. I think we will be about to meet her shortly. Because we're about to make contact with the monkey. Harvest it, you need food? Well, that's true, actually. I think hollow wheat probably not very good at making bread. Owing to the fact that it disappears when you take it off the ship. Okay, we're starting to get a few little pokies. No spoilers. If I want help, I will ask you. Thank you for your attention. No spoilers. No backseating. Thank you. Okay. Look for any footprints or strange noises. Scan for any life signs or strange energy signatures. Oh, I see. Okay, so command, medical. We're gonna do non-electronic first. Oh, I see. Okay. Maybe we do that. Scanning. This interface is fantastic. Harry and Tom use their tricorders to scan for life signs and detect a strange energy spike emanating from a nearby area. Following the readings, they navigate through the corn and find a farm with people working the fields. An old man sits on the porch of a nearby farmhouse strumming a banjo. After a challenge, the participating team members are fatigued and their skill values are reduced. They used a tricorder. I think they need to spend more time in the gym. Let them rest for the next challenge to recover and plan ahead accordingly. Okay. Tricorders are heavy, I guess so. It's really, that little flappy bit's got a really strong spring. Okay, so where's fatigue? Oh, there, okay. There's a big cornfield? Yeah, maybe it was. Okay, so Harry's fatigued. Captain, this old man seems harmless enough. Little do you know. He might know what's going on here. How should we approach him? Demand to know what's going on. Try to read his body language. Argue with facts that this can't be a farm on Earth and you want to know what's going on. That sounds like a very Janeway approach. If I'm in the way, by the way, I've put myself where most other streamers seem to put themselves, but the interface goes like all over the screen. If I'm repeatedly in the way of something, please let me know. Okay, so Harry's out of it. What effect does that have? Yeah, so he's considerably more likely to fail. Alright, should we just demand to know what's going on? Let's read his body language, I guess. Harry and Tom discreetly observe the old man. Trying to analyze his body language, something feels off, like he's putting on an act. But they can't quite put a finger on why. The old man seems perplexed by their presence, muttering about Harry and Tom being early and how it's not their turn yet. He invites them to stay on the farm and wait, offering them some fresh corn cobs. Yes, so this bar here, so when I'm clicking through those options, this bar changes, right? So and it's the same, the other version of it when I'm doing scanning comes up over here, but it's the same idea. So the bigger the proportion of the bar taken up by a color, the more chance there is of you hitting it. So that you have that like this scanning pointer that goes and it's just like rolling a dice basically. And so, you know, on this bar, there's like a 5% chance that I end up in the red and a 95% chance I end up in the green. And that's why this game has such good replayability, because even if you make the same choice the second time, or you make the same choice as someone else you've seen play it, it's not necessarily going to be the same outcome. And you might go for a long shot and actually make it. Or you might be doing something really sort of super mundane and it go wrong. And we're never going to promote Harry. I'm going to try and demote him if I can. You would hope that whenever they fail a skill test, someone dies. It just detonates. Bang. Right, what is this? Oh, okay. Tutorial away missions advanced. Make carry captain. Didn't he? Wasn't there an episode where he was in charge? I think there was. You've had some roles go horribly wrong? Yeah, I bet you have. You can select more than one hero for a challenge if they possess the required skill. If the cumulative, yes. If the cumulative, I want to say cumulative. If the cumulative skill value is equal or higher than the required number, you have a chance for a critical success, the golden part of the chance bar. The old man isn't much help. We'll try to find the marquee ourselves. There's a large barn behind the farmhouse. The tricorder readings are off the charts. There's definitely... If the tricorder readings are off the charts, that means that the tricorders are fairly limited. There's definitely something strange about it, especially that back wall. So is it better to be... It's a required 40. So I'm guessing it's better to... Yeah, and you need to be... Yeah, okay, I see. Bigger number, better. Okay, so... I see. Try to find a way to break the illusion of the wall. 150 deuterium lithium? Deuterium lithium-tachyons. What is that? Science points? Science points. Critical success. Harry and Tom try to disrupt the energy field, causing a flicker in the air, but before they can break the illusion, the people from the field burst in, wielding farm tools as weapons. The old man appears and reveals the barn is an illusion, the back wall dissolving to show a bluish, glowing room where unconscious people, including a tattooed man and a half-Klingon woman, lie on surgical tables. I love this interface. They've got their little heartbeats going on. I wonder if that actually like reacts if they're like stressed or whatever. Pretty cool. Consequences. Sometimes you have to make major decisions that influence how the story proceeds. These decisions are marked with a golden outline. It is indeed Chakotay and B'Elanna. These people must be the missing marquee. They are being held here, Captain. We must get them out of here. Thump, 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 thump. That's a very bassy thump, thump. Okay. Pilot, wake up the tattooed man. Quick-witted, wake up the half-Klingon woman. Oh no. Do you really want to wake up a bloody Klingon? Let's go with that one. Grumbles rip. Oh my god. Can I pick one? Yep. Hello, Grumbles. How you doing? Welcome. Did you enjoy the picture I sent you? Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome to the Delta Quadrant. I am very... You might be able to tell I'm very excited. I'm very excited. I love Star Trek. And I've been watching a few streamers play this game. It looks very good. I've tried not to watch too much, but I've watched Gassy and Berg and Cringer and a few others play it. It looks very good. So we're going pretty slowly, so I'm not very far into it. for those who know the canon, we are basically, you start off in the Badlands in the Alpha Quadrant, and you get pulled through with the Marquis by the caretaker, who's in the array, right in like the first episode. And that's basically where we are. We're in the first episode of the TV series right now. And this is sort of like a Frostpunk style setup, where there's some like little bits of resource gathering and stuff, but the main thing is that you're making decisions about what to do. You're making difficult decisions about where to spend your resources and deal with any like stuff that comes up, and how to deal with that with your crew. And so it's got a very sort of Frostpunk dilemma kind of thing going on. Looks really cool. You just got a stats, Janeway. So if you're one of my patrons or like tier 2-3 subscribers, there is a copy of that image in Discord for your photoshopping pleasure. Don't do anything with that I wouldn't do. You got a like that, it's okay. Thank you very much for the raid. Everyone, if you don't know Grumbles, I'm sure most of you know Grumbles, but if you don't know Grumbles, please go immediately and drop him a follow on Twitch and subscribe over on YouTube as well. He is one of my favorite content creators. I watch him all the time. He does both live content on Twitch and YouTube, and then also does VOD content, doing all sorts of games. Currently, a lot of, what's it called? Starcraft Citizen Spaceships. Spacecraft Space. Space Engineers. Space Engineers. That's the one. Got there in the end. Also, he has some ASMR content as well, which is really cool, like using game footage. Very cool. Cool idea. As modern Star Trek has singing in it? Yeah, maybe. There's that Klingon song that comes up in every single series. When do we get to ram the A-Wing into the bridge of the Executor? Nanu. Harry sprints towards the half-Klingon woman, hoping to rouse her. You have to be very careful how you say that. As he reaches out, the old man stops him, a look of concern on his face. Before Harry can react, a blinding white light fills the room and everything goes blank. We got 200 thingy doodah. Mission complete. Yeah. Experience. Success challenges times 3 plus 150 experience. Critical successes injury-free bonus. Oh no. An injury-free bonus implies that there is a non-injury-free not bonus. An injury not free not bonus. Oh, I didn't mean to click. A sudden return. He looks so hopeful. Captain Janeway anxiously awaits the return of her away team when Harry Kim unexpectedly materializes behind her. What happened on the array? Whoa, I'm back on Voyager? What happened over there, Mr. Kim? We lost contact with you for several hours. Hours? But we were there, like, right? Tom, we were just there, right, Tom? Seems like he's still on the array. Who the hell is that, then? Oh, that's not Tom. Is that? Is that Tom? No, that's not Tom. That's just some random dude. I can't tell because Tom's avatar is not particularly Tom-like. His profile picture is quite Tom-like. His actual avatar is not that good. That's it could be TC. Yeah, maybe it is. Seems like he's still on the array. I hope. Captain, we're being hailed by the Marquis. Starfleet. I don't know what you did to our commander, but I can still ram this wreck into your precious starship. Rammers? One of our own is also missing. It would make sense to postpone the ramming until we're all accounted for. Does that sound reasonable? We're beaming over. Bit of a security breach. Despite Janeway's invitation, don't get me started on Star Trek security. Holy shit, they're terrible at it. Star Trek security is Awful. Despite Janeway's invitation, the arrival of the Marquis crew is fraught with tension. Both sides remain wary as they prepare to discuss their shared predicament. Oh, I have had my eye on this game ever since it was announced. If you say Shazbat. Shazbat. Don't play games, Starfleet. We're armed and ready to defend ourselves. Who let her talking like that stand behind the captain on the bridge? That's just Starfleet security. Terrible. She shouldn't even be on the bridge. I wouldn't have it any other way. Glad to have you back, Tuvok. Tuvok recruited. What happened to your head? Likewise, Captain. Ms. Torres, I must inform you that I was assigned to infiltrate the Marquis. I love that scene where he tells her that he's a spy. Because he just does it so matter-of-factly. She's like, yeah, I was a spy. Deal with it. I never liked you, Vulcan. That's unsurprising, I assure you. I performed my Marquis duties to the highest standards. Patach. You win some, you lose some. Let's focus on bringing Mr. Paris and your commander back. She gets interrupted a lot. His name is Chakotay, and we can't get back in that easy. They're sealed, and their communications are cut off. Lieutenant Tuvok. Should we make him Lieutenant Tuvok for this playthrough? Lieutenant Tuvok. Get down to engineering and find a way to bypass whatever's jamming our communications. Report back as soon as you have a solution. Captain, the ship's status remains critical. Repair protocols are imperative. We require resources in the engineering office to mobilize additional workforces. Bort. Oh my god, that's big. Oh no, it's not a big one. I always think 64 is a big one. Because of like base 16. That's used in a lot of games. Thank you very much, Bort, for the 64 months. Thank you very much for the tier 3. That is extremely kind of you, as I'm sure you know. That is 6 Twitch Plus points. And that's very important. Thank you so much. Very grateful. Okay, so we need engineering office and some resources. Prioritize life support, secure core decks, and restore Deck 5 functionality first to gain access to the engineering office. You got that, chat? Because I cannot remember that. To be able to supply power to a room, you need to activate the life support unit of the corresponding deck. Each life support unit consumes energy, so plan accordingly. I like the little turbo lift. Activate life support on deck 5. 18? Holy moly. Provides artificial gravity and breathable atmosphere. Without life support, deck cannot function, and its building space is inaccessible. Life support restored on deck 5, Captain. Engineering office is now accessible. And of course it's a mess. We'll have to fix it before we can even use it. Repair the engineering office. Did they ever call it the office in the series? I don't think so. It's just engineering. Main engineering. Repair 1 work crew, 2 whatever that is. What is that? Cycles? Cycles probably. 8 duranium. Oh, it provides a work team. Okay. Repairs in progress. Until completion, it would be logical to scan all planets in the system. I've done that, Tuvok. We did that before you came. We are being efficient. Gather more deuterium and uranium. We did that as well. We did that during the early part of the tutorial. Because I went a bit off-piste in my enthusiasm. Explore the system and gather more resources until the engineering office is repaired. Okay. So we've done all the scanning. Let's go and get the stuffs, I guess. Construction report. Engineering office light support active. Provides one work team. Work teams are required to perform repairs, construction, and hull repairs. Uses 3 power. 18 crew. Close the report to automatically finish all actions, activate or consume all activatable rooms, and collect all resources from removed rooms. Enter ship to manage manually. Engineering office fully operational again, Captain. We now have an additional work team to carry out 2 tasks simultaneously. Tutorial. Engineering office. Building or repairing rooms, even clearing debris, occupies work teams. To be able to carry out several tasks at the same time, obtain additional teams by building or upgrading engineering offices. Logically, we should now focus on Deck 2 and the mess hall to ensure the crew's food supply, maintaining their physical endurance. This requires reactivating life support in that section first. The morale bar shows your current morale, the change to the morale per cycle, and icons indicating your crew's needs. Open the overview screen and switch to morale to get detailed information about your crew's needs. Your decisions in ship management, food, crew, and quarters, etc., and events affect crew morale. If morale falls to 0, the crew mutinies and the game is over. Well, it's okay. Who doesn't love a good mutiny? Excuse me while I pour myself another coffee. Because unlike Janeway, my coffee is not in a nebula. Alright, so morale bar, so that's there. Okay, current morale 3000, reach amount 2800, max amount 4000, minus 80 per cycle. 50 a quarterless. Emergency rations. Oh no, quarterless 50, okay. The morale overview. Where is the morale overview? Where is the morale overview? Bottom of the screen? Ah, thank you. Bandit. Thank you. I'm trying to absorb a lot of this information, but it's not all going to go in. You guys might have to point me towards things I've missed. Low morale, minus 10% on all hero attributes, plus 20% more time for building, plus 20% hero ability cooldown. Okay, so if we can get morale high, we get some bonuses. That's cool. Alright. Maraganana. You can have my resub even though it is quiet mode and I cannot even pull off a terrible joke. Love you anyway. That's okay. I forgive you. Thank you very much for the 42 months. Holy moly, Mary. Thank you so much. Ty just came home, so please jump on him for me. And tell him he needs to come and play a Klingon in Star Trek Bridge Crew. Right. Activate life support on deck 2 so we can have nom-noms. So we have more power now that the warp core's back on. Because we only had 36 before. Life support restored on deck 2, Captain. Access to the mess hall is now possible. However, it has sustained extensive damage. Emergency rations are currently deployed. After repair, the crew can access the replicated rations again. Grumbles as Scotty. Yeah, that would work. Until completion, we should address crew accommodation. The ruined room must be cleared to create room for residential sections. The ship is heavily damaged and many parts are destroyed beyond repair. To free up new building space, you will first have to remove the remnants of the old. Select the room and give the order to clear debris. Removing debris takes time. To pass the time, travel on the map. You can use a work team to clear it up for more building space and gain a few resources. While waiting for our work teams to finish, we should continue to collect more resources. Okay. Abandoned vessel. Captain, we found an abandoned ship adrift in space. It's powered down, but structurally sound with ceilings more like the one before. Leave the storage alone and focus on the salvaging power from other parts of the ship. Okay, let's roll green. A. Full storage? Dang it. You have to thank your mods for taking down the foxhole server you were on. When you say mods, do you mean modifications or do you mean moderators? Because I feel like that's an important distinction in this particular instance. Oh, your moderators wanting to ensure you go to bed. How do they swing that one? Not their server. Isn't Foxhole just isn't it just like 2 official servers? There's no like community service for Foxhole, is there? Ethical hacking. Mm-hmm. Literally the whole server went down over 300 people. Hopefully they get that sorted out soon. Yeah, that must be on a massively multiplayer game like that. That must be very frustrating. I saw it earlier when you were having issues and you were like walking around. You were like Naruto running around the map. That's pretty funny. It's shards. Did rat eat a cable? Yeah, maybe. All right. So that's kind of annoying. So we lost some because we got full storage. Max capacity 1,000? Is that with that or without that? Without that. Well, I can't fit any more of that in, Tuvok, so we're just going to fly around, I guess. I didn't mean to do that. I meant to scan it. pressed the wrong button. Mess hall repaired. Woohoo! Mess hall repairs are completed, Captain. We should switch to replicated rations now. It would enhance crew well-being. With every cycle, your crew consumes rations. You can always use emergency rations, which don't require resources but lower morale. The crew is used to consume. It's terrible English. The crew is used to consuming premium rations made by the replicator. Those increase morale but consume deuterium. Crunchy. Keep exploring the system. Wait till the room is cleared. Switch to replicate rations in the mess hall. Premium replicator rations. Replicator rations are now issued to the crew, Captain. Alright. So how long for the ruin room? How do I, it's 3D. Oh my god, can I zoom? Oh my god, I can zoom in. That's a really cool effect. Look at that. Oh, I love that. Oh. I thought it was a flat image. That's so cool. The sounds of the plates. Oh, that's neat. Oh, the attention to detail. The turbo lift. Oh, that looks so cool. What's this? Navigational deflector. Sorry, I'm just totally geeking out right now. It's very good. Right, where were we? So one cycle to get that done. I don't know, Stucken. Ruined room removal concluded. Maybe we should rebuild some crew quarters now. It'll do wonders for morale, Captain. To build new rooms, select the empty building space to bring up the new construction menu. If you have enough work teams and resources, you can build the room. Every room needs corresponding area, so plan accordingly. Build emergency quarters. You can find it in the build menu. Borg technology. Accommodates 12 crew in crammed, limited quality quarters. Holodeck. $25 geranium. 6 cycles. Did that accept that input? Your crew is lifeblood of your ship. Each room requires personnel to operate. So keep this in mind when adding new rooms or upgrades. Don't forget to provide the necessary accommodation or morale may drop faster than you would like. Okay. Accept Tuvok's comms request. Captain, the array's jamming signal has been neutralized. We should be able to establish communication. Let's hope they respond. Hail the array. Erg. Erg? Really? Erg, who's this? Why are you bothering me? Oh, it's you. Why are you back? You don't have what I need. I remember that voice, Captain. It's the old man with the banjo. But his form is entirely different compared to how he appeared on the array. I am Captain Janeway of the Federation starship Voyager. We mean you no harm. We just want our people back. Geraniums, yeah. Lemon-scented geraniums. Your people are no longer here. They might have what I need. You'll just have to leave them. Oh, the huge manatee. Right. There's no bar for this one, that's interesting. Should we scan? I think we should have information before we make any decisions. I won't rely on the words of a stranger. Scan the array for the life signs of Tom and Chakotay. No sign of them, Captain, and no humanoid life forms indicated at all. Who or what are we talking to right now? Okay. Appeal to his humanity. Let Balan talk. Ooh, I think we appeal to his humanity. We are entrusted with their safety. Their families and friends rely on us to bring them home. They are our responsibility. I understand, but I had no choice. There just isn't enough time. If I remember correctly, there's about to be an enormous explosion. If I remember the first episode well. Time for what? I must honor a debt that has never been repaid. Find something that cannot be found. The story is kind of sad. What kind of debt? What kind of debt? Maybe we can help. Weren't you listening? It can't be repaid. All I can do is protect them. No, you're stealing my time. Don't you understand? I don't have time. Not enough time. We've been cut off, Captain. Damn it, we haven't gotten closer to Paris and Chakotay. You managed to get something. You Starfleet don't know how to fight, but you sure talk good. Captain, if I may. I have observed that the array has been sending energy pulses towards the 5th planet of the neighboring system ever since our arrival. Given the lack of information regarding our missing crew's location, investigating this planet appears to be the most logical next step. It's the only lead we have. Thoughts, Ms. Torres? You sure do talk some good words. I don't like this any more than you do, but it'll be easier if we work together, Captain. Helm set a course for the 5th planet of our neighboring system. Let's find our people. Maximum warp. Sector map. The sector map shows the entire sector with several star systems. You can either travel directly to another system, or you can scan the system first and select a specific POI, assuming that's POI, not pole, to visit. Yeah, I didn't mean to go here. Okay. Ooh. Use the tractor beam to try to clump up the debris for easier collection. Tractor beam. Max 57, but it's half yellow. What is the difference between... Genuine question for those of you who played this. What is the difference between that dark, verdant green and this kind of Weasley pale green? Mac Weasley. Hello, thank you for following. Is that a natural difference, or is it just because the whole thing's green? Anyone know? It's okay if you don't know. I'll take that as a no. Light green is fine, dark green is better. Okay. I was wondering whether it's because the whole bar is green, it's just like, it just is what it is, you know? Sure, let's roll the dice. Hey! Nice. Beautiful. Okay, so sector map. Clear more ruined room and build emergency quarters for the entire crew. So how do I see? So we're building that one quarters. So I have to accommodate 27 crew. Oh no, 50 crew. Once the Enterprise crashed into a cargo ship that was carrying cheese, there was debris everywhere. Get out. Okay, so that's 5 cycles. The emergency... Oh. Can anyone remember how many people the emergency was? Do I have a work crew? Yes. It's 12, thank you. Well, let's hope we don't need a work crew for 6 cycles. Alright, neighboring system, I'm guessing that's that one. Blocked, first deal with the array, okay. So, scan. Ooh. Can I scan these from over there? No. Ah, Ocampa. Talaxian Braxial Freighter. Which ones are the Talaxians? Is that Neelix's race? Yes. The 5th planet. Is that the 5th planet? One. That's not the 5th planet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? But there's a thingy symbol on that one. I'm guessing that's the 5th planet. But it doesn't look like the 5th planet. That looks like the 2nd planet. Huh? Yeah, I are confused. Okay. Alright, so emergency quarters, that means we now have that done. So we have only 38 quarterless crew now. Good. Nice, that's coming down. From the outer edge? Who counts the planets from the outside? bay. Should we repair sick bay? Maybe the camper did, maybe. Now, this life support... Okay, it is the whole deck. An anonymous gifter gave a gift sub to the Viper's Nest. Anonymous gifter. Thank you very much. That is extremely kind of you, anonymous gifter. Thank you. Thank you very much. People approach from the outside. Yeah, but you know, the Federation's based in this star system, and in this star system we count them from the inside. So I've never heard of, like, you in the series is you hear them talk about the third planet, the fifth planet, the whatever, but never have I heard a reference to them counting from the outside. But that definitely wasn't the fifth planet from the inside. Bit of an oversight, maybe. A TC Freya. I admit I was waiting for that. Thank you very much, TC, for gifting a sub to Captain Janeway. Is that an active account? $2021. And Tuvok. I'm always curious when these kind of accounts get gifted subs. Tuvok was created in March 2024. Thank you very much. That's very kind of you. Okay. What do you mean unpause? Okay. Captain Snow. Wrong part of the franchise. I, however, do quite like Captain Sisko. Thank you very much. Oh, after season 1. Season 1, his acting was really terrible. But from season 2 onwards, it's pretty good. Thank you very much for the gift sub to Captain Sisko. Thank you very much, Gavri, for gift sub to 7 of 9. Quiet hype train started. Thank you very much. That's very kind of you. Thank you for bagging 4 of the crew. -1. It's really annoying that this doesn't have mouse out sound. Okay, so crew. Emergency quarters. I find this interface a little bit confusing, so... Gabri, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Chakotay. Hangman, thank you very much for gifting a sub to The Doctor. Tilted, thank you very much for gifting a sub to 7 Eves. 7 Eves? That's as close as you get to 7 of 9 because you got sniped by Gabri. Thank you very much, all of you. That's very kind. I'm a bit confused. Someone gives a sub to Q. I don't think there's an account called Q. Didn't I just... I'm very confused. Didn't I just order... Why is that now highlighting? What mode am I in? I'm very confused right now. Build room. Didn't I just do that? Hangman, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Neelix. No, not the Borg. Thank you very much for gifting a sub to the Borg. Don't do that. They'll know we're here now. They'll come and assimilate us. Okay, I get... What? I am so confused. Yeah, no, I understand. I understand it only takes up 2. I'm also slightly distracted by the gift subs. TZ, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Species8472. That's a great account. I appreciate the fact that someone has created that account. That's really funny. Figmo, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Resistance is Futile. Soldier Man, I'm not. I was more confused by the interface. I understand what's going on. I was more confused by like what mode am I in, because the screen wasn't being very helpful. It looks like there's like an in mode and an out mode, but it doesn't really make that distinction. It's like you click on that and then you go into like build view, but it doesn't really tell you that you're in build view. I suppose any of these at once, are they? No. Alright, so that's being removed, that's being built. Good, good, good. Maybe that isn't the 5th planet. What is... Okay, another genuine question. What is this symbol? An anonymous gifter. Thank you very much for gifting a sub to O'Brien. I love that character. Cole Meany is such a cool actor. Thank you very much. What is the symbol? Is that just like mission objective? Hangman, thank you very much for gifting a sub to... Is that Borg kid? I can't remember how you pronounce it. Ikeb? That was the like the oldest of the Borg boys, wasn't it? Icheb, yeah. Thank you very much. It's a story location, okay. Thank you very much. Hey, Damien, how you doing? Yeah, it's I haven't been going very long, and I tend to play these games very, very slowly when I'm streaming. But so far, I am geeking out so hard right now. The interface in this game is fantastic. Like the just the look and feel of it, and the sounds, and the way they've done it, and some of the graphics are really cool. It's very good. I also appreciate the fact that, because they don't have the original voice actors, there's a little hint of it at the beginning with some like AI stuff, but they've chosen to just do text, which I really appreciate. I would rather have text and like hear the voices in my head than have like crappy fake AI voices. Bondi, thank you very much for the 300 biddies. That is very kind of you. TC, thank you very much. Are you all just not Googling, are you just searching Star Trek related account names? Thank you very much, TC, for gifting a sub to Ensign Kim. Will always be an ensign. Do you comparison real actors? Oh, is it actually their voices? Yeah, and in which case they didn't get many lines. I'm guessing they paid by the word, you know. Piper, thank you very much for... Thank you very much for the gifts up to Kathy Skywalker. Why is there an account called Kathy Skywalker? Oh, is it really actually them? Because if that's the case, the quality of the voice at the beginning was not particularly good. It did not sound like particularly good audio, which made me think that it was generated not particularly well either. If that's actually the actor, whoever did the audio did not do a great job in my opinion. Hangman, thank you very much for the gift sub to Belana Torres. Very kind. Thank you so much. Oh, no, this wasn't a voice thing. This was an audio quality thing. It sounded all like compressed and not particularly good quality. It sounded like generated audio. It sounded like they'd fed some audio into a AI like voice replication thing. An anonymous gifter gave to May the Force be with you. Nanu Nanu. Live long and force. Thank you very much. Alright, so. Do I what? Wow, it's been a while since we had one of those. Thank you very much. Anonymous gifter. Are you actually anonymous, or did you just forget to fill in the box? Again. Thank you very much, anonymous gifter who may not be anonymous and might own up in a second, for gifting me some ground coffee and some... I can't even remember what that was. Oh, the ladder feet! It's been so long since I touched my throne wish list, I can't remember what it was. Yeah, my stepladder, which is just there, has lost one of its feet. Because I took it outside and one of the feet came off, and I cannot find that foot outside. I have looked very hard and I cannot find it. And it's really annoying because it means my ladder, A, has one foot which is just metal, which means I can't really use it indoors because it'll scratch the floor. And it's wonky, which is not a quality that you want in a ladder. So thank you very much. It shouldn't be anonymous. You attach your Twitch. You still... So let me tell you. Throne Haggis is like mega privacy first. Even if you've linked your Twitch account, you still have to actively click on the thing that says share my Twitch name, or you fill in the box that has your name. Otherwise, it does not do it. They are like... It's one of the reasons I love Throne is that they are like mega privacy first. There is like 0 chance that I'm going to find out who the gift is from unless you let me know. I love it for that. Because they're just like totally laser focused on privacy, which is amazing. Because the previous one that I used, Stream Gifts, was not. Thank you very much, Anonymous Gifter, for gifting 5 subs. To Mr. Black Omega, Crusher, that's funny. Jelta, Crawdad, and Gaztron. That is extremely kind of you, Anonymous. Thank you so much. Are there ladderfoot thieves? No, it's just mud. I was using it on like muddy grass, and didn't realize until a few weeks later that the foot was missing. So I'm assuming that's where it was. But I went round into my neighbor's garden where I lost it, and I could not find the foot. Thank you very much, Haggis. That is very kind of you. I will definitely enjoy the coffee. I've had that coffee before, and I will enjoy using my not wonky ladder. Thank you so much. Yeah, if it's active in Germany, Mary, I can give you a referral link. It's a fantastic service. It's really good. I had Stream Gifts, who I was with before. I did not like them. Their support was terrible. The website was bad. Throne is amazing. I have never had a problem. Their support is really good. Their returns are really good. They're just very good. I have never had a problem with them. They're amazing. And I've had hundreds of gifts from them. Maybe not hundreds. 100, perhaps. I've had a lot. Hangman, thank you very much for gifting a sub to NCC74656. Is that Voyager? Oh, I wish this wouldn't have a mouse out music off. That is Voyager. Thank you. I didn't know the number about. Thank you very much for the gift sub to NCC74656. Is Throne the one operated by the big South American river? No. It is a small independent indie company. I actually don't know where they're based. I think they're in the US. It's just one of these like stream support startups. ready? Nothing new to reveal. Okay. Captain, we reached our destination's orders. Continue, Ensign. This I love that model. It's so good. Oh, that's the flippin' Marquis ship. Let's see what we have here. A new lead. Anonymous gifted Janeway a tier 1 sub. Hang wait, so we had Janeway and Captain Janeway. Maybe that's like an off-duty account. Yeah, let me know, Mary. I'll see if I can send you. Maybe I can do it right now. If it's quick. I think they have a referral thing. I might be thinking of Fourth Wall, on the program. Grand partners, no. Account. Push fan account, show account setup. Wish list. Maybe they don't. Yeah, maybe they don't have a referral thing. Just sign up. Throne.com. It's based in Austin. There you go. Good day, bad jokes. A new lead. Following the array's energy pulses, Voyager discovers a desert planet with a harsh, unforgiving landscape. Are Tom Paris and Commander Chakotay perhaps being held in this place? Yeah, Gavri, I think you're right. Voyager was the first series you saw from start to finish. I've only recently watched it. And I thoroughly enjoyed it. Streamer's a red shit. Streamer's an orange shit. What makes this place so special? An away team. Oh, they have an office in Germany? Yeah, they have grown considerably, so that doesn't surprise me. Do a general scan. Do I have stellar cartography though? I thought that blew up. Apparently I do. It has all the basic characteristics of an M-class planet, but no ocean, no river, nothing. However, there are settlements. Check the energy impulses. Anything noteworthy about the energy impulses? They are consistently targeting a single location, a barren piece of the desert. I recommend an away team investigate the area. There is something else. The interval between each pulse has decreased by 0.47 seconds since we left the array. They're getting faster. The entity said he's running out of time, right? Whatever that means, we better hurry. We'll examine this world firsthand. Captain, the small ship is approaching. They're hailing us. On screen. Yeah. Look who it is. A peculiar alien. Right about that. A peculiar alien with a mischievous grin greets Voyager from his chaotic vessel. Neither Starfleet nor the Marquis have ever seen such a species before, perhaps an inhabitant of the Delta Quadrant. Greetings. Fire at will. Greetings, looking for something out of this dusty old rock? Would we find anything, Mr. Neelix? Never seen a ship like yours. Let me guess, you were whisked away from somewhere else in the galaxy and brought here against your will. Sounds as though you've heard the story before. Thousands of times, well, hundreds of times, maybe 50 times, but the caretaker has been bringing ships here for some months now. The caretaker? That's what the Okumpa call him. He probably snatched some of your crew too, right? They're likely down on the planet with the Okumpa. But Captain, it's a tricky place, dangerous. You could use a guide, but of course a guide needs a little, compensation? Sounds fair. Wonderful. To be honest, I've had it rough recently. Those pesky void voles have been nibbling away at my supplies. Some food and water would be most welcome. If you help us find our missing crew, you can have all the food and water you want. It's a dangerous offer. It's a deal. Neelix recruited. Okay. Rebuild Voyager and explore the system, or skip cycles until Neelix is ready to talk. Why do we have to wait for Neelix to talk? Thought we were doing an away mission. Also, what is that? Oh, is that skip cycle? Make him talk? Okay, so that's one cycle. That's 2 cycles. Uranium. Deuterium. Uranium. Uranium. Spatial anomaly. Love a spatial anomaly. It's not very dangerous but can provide valuable scientific data. Deuterium and question marks. Alright. So let's 2 cycles, 2 cycles. Let's go there. Can I store that though? 25. What we really need deuterium, not uranium. Should we go to the Talaxian Baxial freighter? Let's go. Yeah, this is the interface that confuses me. Because you select that you're going to build a room, which takes up 2 slots. But it doesn't show you that you've actually done that. That's the bit that's confusing. So I'm currently in the build room mode, and that room is there, but it's not showing me that it's going to be built there. And so... No. I just built a room. I just ordered the building of a room. The room is going to be built here in these 2 slots. I am in the build view, but it is not showing me that those 2 are reserved. If I back out of the build view, it will be shown. Do you see what I mean? So I can build something here. But I have to leave the build view in order to actually do that. This is what happened to me last time as well. kind of annoying. It needs something. It needs more feedback about what you're actually doing. Because then once you come out to this view, it's like really obvious what's going on. Right, so it's being built. So if we clear out that, then we can do like 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. So let's toddle on for one cycle. How are we doing on... Okay, so we can drop down to 801 before... Okay. No backseating. Please read the rules and the stream tags. Also, the tutorial hasn't told me to do that yet. I'm still in the tutorial. Thank you. Alright, cool. So that's that one. I'll try and find a use for that in a bit. If I use that work crew, why is that work crew not available? Oh, okay. There we go. So if I clear off that... Beautiful. Alright. Ooh. Captain, we're receiving a hail from an unidentified vessel requesting assistance. She is my favorite captain. If you don't believe me, you didn't come to the watch party. Where I watched the final episode. She is literally my favorite captain. Okay. We're receiving a hail from an unidentified vessel requesting assistance. Keep safe distance and transmit navigation data. Risk to send a work team to perform repairs. Do we risk it for a biscuit? And no, because we're in uncharted territory. What would Janeway do? I think she would keep a safe distance and transmit navigation data. Ask them what the hell they want. Lots of complaints in the Steam reviews about save system. I've noticed that it's doing an autosave every time, like, time passes or whatever. It's a Talaxian? Well, no. The ship that we've gone to see is Talaxian, but this ship here is not Talaxian. We don't know what this one is. We transmitted the necessary data to Captain and they were able to correct their course. They were appreciative and sent over a medium supply of resources as a gesture of thanks. Silence. It does look a little bit like a Cylon Raider. She would give Starfleet tech to random violent species, yeah. We're not quite there yet. That's like season 3, 4. We're still in season 1 where everything's like prime directive. Everything's prime directive and smart hairdos. We haven't descended into anarchy yet. Nice. What a delicious meal, a culinary masterpiece. I've never encountered such a tangy but comforting, smooth yet vibrant concoction. What was it called again? Tomato soup. Tomato soup. A I'm something of a culinary wizard myself, you know. My Alfarian hair pasta bowl is widely known for its bold, mouth-watering taste. Correct, Sam, yes. Mr. Neelix, I am pleased you are enjoying yourself, but we need your assistance now. Ah yes, you're missing crew, right? Scan the southern continent and look for a range of dead volcanoes. At their foot, you'll find a Kazon Ogla encampment. Kazon what now? One Kazon sect of many. They control this part of the quadrant. They're a bit difficult, but with the right approach, even they can be reasoned with. I thought you said the Okampa had our people. Well, the Okampa do have your people. It's just to find them is a bit tricky. My old pal, Majajabin, don't remember how to pronounce that. The Ogla leader might know. Oh, isn't that a rank? What's the? It's Marj, isn't it? Marj Jabin, I think that is. The Ogla leader. I didn't know I had an E on the end. Might know where to look. He's a nice guy, a bit gruff, but he owes me a favor. He's lying. If no one remembers the series, he is lying. Send the away team down. Ask for more information about the Kazon Ogla. Anything else we know about these Kazon Ogla? Water is a precious commodity around these parts. The Ogla, they mostly get theirs through trade, so a little liquid diplomacy would go a long way. It's not really spoilers. Send the away team down. Prepare an away team. And you'll accompany them, Mr. Neelix. Fly back to Okampa. Okay, so... Send Janeway. Oh, I'm sure she'll have her fair share of doing stuff herself. TC, thank you so much again for the gift. I am having a blast. Thank you so much. I will definitely play this again on a weekend. Probably this Saturday we'll carry on. I do at some point want to do a run through where chat is making all the decisions. Just because I think that would be fun. We'll use like Twitch polls or just like, you know, type 1s and 2s in chat or whatever. And you guys can make the decisions. Yeah, that'll be fun. I think we'll get quite a few playthroughs out of this, I think. It's gonna be cool. Kill 2 Vix. We'll get there. We'll get there. This is my new favorite game. I haven't played it enough. Like we've been going super slowly today, and I'm basically still in the middle of the tutorial. So, although I suspect this that well, we've got combat to do, but I'm still very much in the tutorial right now. It's the one thing with the tutorial is it does seem to be just like next, like it's showing you all the things without actually really doing anything. Slight criticism would be maybe break that up with a bit of gameplay. Because I feel like I've just been reading tutorial for the last 2 hours. There won't be too many show-specific references. There are lots of show-specific references already. Whether that would stop you enjoying the game, I don't think so. So all of the characters that we've met so far and the situation is literally the first episode of the show. Oh, you're being sarcastic? I was kind of surprised that you haven't seen it. But to anyone who is wondering, if you're not a Star Trek fan, you could definitely enjoy the game without having watched it. But I think you will appreciate it a lot more if you do watch it. Because pretty much everything so far has been a reference to something in that first episode. Oh, you have not seen the show. So you're just going to miss a whole bunch of geeky references, basically. Yeah. So every character, every situation, every piece of dialogue, basically, is from that first episode. Okay. Four and 5. Okay. Janeway's hair is wrong. Yeah, I'm guessing their hairstyling graphics budget might not have been able to keep up with the actual changes. That's a good question, Tom Tom. Like, how close can you keep it to the canon? Yeah, that's a good question. The wrong way and the Janeway. The Janeway Buffon. Right. 3 cycles, so we're not going to get that stuff repaired by the time we get back. Did I actually do that? No. Send the away team. Alright, so Neelix is going. So we need a Talaxian. Convenient. We need a survivalist and an innovator. Hey, Wacky. You were making me smile earlier, Wacky, because I was listening. I had Grumbles on in the background playing Foxhole, and occasionally, you would be on voice, and your sort of like chuckle is very infectious. So thank you for the smiles. The wrong Janeway is still in the show. In the first episode, you can see her hand. Oh, really? Interesting. I didn't know that. I thought they just started filming completely from scratch. It's correct to send Janeway on every single mission. So, I now know, having watched the entire series recently, that she doesn't do that quite as much as I thought she did. She does that a lot in the first couple of seasons, but as the series goes on, her character and the writing matures quite a lot, and she stops doing that. But there's a fair bit of Janeway coolness. There's one episode where she goes on a rampage with a phaser rifle, which is pretty cool. If Janeway dies in a mission, you lose the game. I don't know. They've said the only thing they've mentioned at the moment about losing is morale. It says if your morale drops to 0, you lose. Is it? Yeah, it's owned by Paramount, so I'd imagine it would be on Paramount Plus, yeah. If you run out of coffee, you lose. Okay. Well, I guess we'll take in B'Elanna. Did she go down in the original episode? I don't think she did she? I thought it was Neelix, Janeway, and Harry in the original episode. A survivalist. We don't have a survivalist. I guess we take Harry. Or gun. Combat would probably be a cool idea. Let's take Tuvok. We'll get him some experience as well. Can you have a survivalist as one? I don't even know what that is, Tom Tom. This is the first away mission where I've actually had some kind of choice. He can make a bow and arrow. Kim and Torres were captured by the cow. Oh, yeah. So who was in that first episode? Well, the episode with that beam down to Ocampo. Can't remember. Yeah, just Talaxian. He's just Talaxian. You're right, that is quite racist. Yeah, no, that's a fair point. Okay. I think that's just like, you have to take Neelix. The away team materializes in a small valley between the dead volcanoes. The sun burns down on them mercilessly, the air is hot and dry, and a sandy wind whips into their eyes. Tuvok's pretty handy with that rifle. Captain, our tricorders are malfunctioning, probably because of the energy impulses. How do we get our bearings in this dust bowl? We don't have a survivalist, so screw me. How is it even possible that you would get that? Because I'm literally in the tutorial. Like, I haven't done anything. I haven't had any choices to do anything to get that. So why would it even be a choice? Anyway, struggle through to vantage point. Ooh, this is not going to be good. Must be random. Yeah, it can be. Although you would think that the traits are probably linked to the characters to a certain extent. Because it wouldn't make sense to give, you know, whatever. It wouldn't make sense to give some trait that doesn't match B'Elanna to B'Elanna. Oh god, that's bad. The away team finds it difficult to make progress in the harsh conditions. Wind and sand slow them down, and the uneven terrain often causes them to stumble. Eventually, they reach a ledge, exhausted and disorientated Americans. In the distance, they spot the Kazon Ogla settlement. However, the wind is picking up, and a massive sandstorm is approaching from the south. It could be Chakotay, yeah, you might be right. Yup. Captain, a sandstorm is heading our way. We need to find cover, quickly. Because fast is an adjective. Design an intelligent shelter to withstand the storm. We could do that. Build a temporary shelter with what you can find. Analyze the area and evaluate the best cover for the storm. Guess we're doing that one. Not so far. But who is this? We didn't send her. She's wearing a red shirt. She does appear to be an officer, but she is wearing a red shirt, and we didn't send her down, so she is probably going to die, whoever she is. She's not on the manifest. Why is Tuvok fatigued? Because he struggled through the sandstorm. So basically, every time you use one of your heroes to do a choice, they are fatigued for the next action. So basically, you have to rotate through your crew. You have to deal with Neelix, that is understandable. Okay, so this one has a small chance of being like epic. B'Elanna wastes no time. With impressive efficiency, she swiftly constructs a wind-resistant shelter from the surrounding debris, all the while grumbling about the perceived incompetencies of the Starfleet team. After what seems like an eternity, the storm subsides, the away team emerges unharmed and sets off in the direction of the Kazon Ogla settlement. A non-intelligent shelter? I think that was the second option. So you can see now, like, she's fatigued and he's refreshed. Captain, we've reached the settlement. How should we approach the people? Talaxian, let Neelix do the introduction. Approach in a typical Starfleet manner. Approach intimidatingly, weapons at the ready. Alright, well, I will go with the cannon. Neelix bounds forward, greeting the Kazon Ogla in his usual boisterous manner. The women and children seem to recognize him, but their expressions are skeptical rather than welcoming. The men approach cautiously, weapons in hand. A tall Kazon emerges from the settlement. Jarbin, their leader. At the sight of Neelix, his face darkens. In the background, a badly bruised young woman who looks nothing like the Kazon, but more like a human with pointy ears, peers around the corner. We come in, shoot to kill, shoot to kill. Oh look, an elf. I love the way the Kazon look. Very cool. I love their hair. It seems like the Kazon... I always find it really funny that they look really aggressive, but they look like they have really soft hair. Seems like the Kazon don't find Neelix as charming as he led us to believe because he was lying. How should we appease them, Captain? Well, that's gonna go to crap, isn't it? We can't assure them we have no bad intentions. Demonstrate the strength of the king. Keep the Kazon at bay. Offer water in exchange for information about the Okampa. Yeah, we could do like Mega Orange. Should we go all in? See if we can get an ultra reward. I'd just like to point out that Grim T. Reaper just made a slightly racist comment about Klingons, which is a fantasy race, and got auto-modded for it. Oh, that is great. That is great. You just insulted a non-existent species and got auto-modded. He said the Kazon are just discount Klingons. That is great. Okay. And they're off the starboard bow. No, it wasn't bad. The message just caught... The auto-mod just caught the message. I find it really interesting that the auto-mod understood that you were talking about a people. That's very interesting. Clever enough to know that you're talking about people, not clever enough to realize that it's not real. Who is he insulting? That's not entirely clear yet. Alright, so let's do that. Critical success. The away team offers Jabin water from their replicators. Fascinated by this technology, Jabin accepts the offer and becomes more receptive. Why did we show them the replicator? That was dumb. He explains that the Okampa live underground, their access controlled by the caretaker, who also provides their only source of water. As proof, Jabin points to the bruised woman he is holding as a slave, an Okampa. He explains that she is one of the few who have managed to reach the surface. Suddenly, Neelix grabs a phaser. He points it at Jabin and demands the Okampa woman be freed. Neelix has got a girlfriend. It's Cassian. So this will be one of these situations where Sam would have no idea what's going on. But we all know. This is Cass. Away mission risks. Sometimes certain approaches in away missions bear additional risks. Dangerous approaches are marked by a danger level indicator. Failing such challenge can result in injuries or even fatalities. Sam does not know. Things are getting out of hand, Captain. We should retreat. Thump, 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 thump. Well. Tuvok, looks like you're up because the other two are knackered. Secure the retreat with phaser fire. Is that really our only option? This is, Cass is a good book. Yeah, don't talk about the whole Cass controversy thing. Please don't do that. That is not going to go down well. Just leave it. Tuvok is current 0 for 1. Your confidence is not high. Hey, Diego, how you doing? Okay, so let's see. So we got a little bit of red that one. Got bigger red on that one. I don't really want to shoot the Kazon, but that is currently our best option. Because we get some rewards, the risk is quite low. I think we're going to be shooting. Oh god. Okay. Nat 0. Which is good. Yeah, the Okumpa live 7 years, I think, roughly. Yeah. Oh, 9. Yeah, like that kind of like single digits, kind of very short lifespans. By our standards. The away team lays down, covering fire, forcing the Kazon to take cover. This allows them to minimize their exposure to enemy fire. Jabin, though furious, seems to acknowledge the away team's fighting skills. They escape with no casualties. We get some doobery-doo, and we get some doobery-doo. Mission complete. Level ups. Balana looks slightly disgusted. More than gratitude? Safely back on Voyager, Neelix surprises the rest of the away team as he and the rescued woman kiss passionately. Mwah, 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 mwah. How deep does the relationship between the two go? She did always have resting bitch faces, true. My dearest Cass, didn't I promise I'd save you? This is standard, like it is. It absolutely is. I knew you would come for me, my love. You lied and endangered my crew. This is not how trust is built, Mr. Neelix. He was desperate, Captain, but I understand. I want to repay you and your crew for saving me. No voice acting? I'm not voice acting. I'm just trying to make a very slight difference between the voices so you can understand without actually reading. As Jabin said, the access to the underground city is controlled by the caretaker. There is a tunnel, but the caretaker sealed it with a security barrier. I would love to be able to do the voices, but I can't. We may be able to transport through the barrier. If it has the slightest breach, the transporter signal amplifier would be necessary. Excellent idea. Cass, can you help us once we've located the breach? Of course, it's the least that I can do. I'm grateful. Now... Oh, the mwah 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 mwah. Yeah, you're probably not wrong, Graham, actually. She probably didn't have to do much acting to be pissed off. Yeah. There was that one episode where she didn't have the makeup on, and I bet the actress was loving that episode. Just turn up for work. She must have had to, you know, because normally she probably would have had to spend like 4 or 5 hours in makeup. That day, not so much. Right, grateful. Now we have things to do. Ask Cass what she knows about the caretaker. Ask how Cass and Niels met. Ask Cass why she came to the surface. Authentic stats kissing noises. Mwah, 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 mwah. Right. Ask Cass what she knows about the caretaker. What can you tell us about the caretaker? For generations, he has provided the Ocampa with food, water, energy, and protection from the outside world. Any idea why he does it or where he came from? No, we do have stories and legends about him, but they're just stories and legends. Prune juice, yes. Prune juice and green tea. I love that in Picard, the scene where he's introducing himself to... oh man, what's her name? The new character. The kind of like renegade captain. Oh man, what's her name? She's a really cool character. Can't remember her name. Anyone know? Didn't she have a male name? Oh no, I'm thinking of the mushroomed Star Trek. Raffi. Yeah, Raffi. I really like that character. So he's introducing himself to Raffi. He's like, I am Worf, son of Moog, conqueror of this, killer of that. Would you like some green tea? It's really good. Raffi, yeah. How did you meet? Kes, Miss Neelix, I'm curious, how did you meet? I met Kes while I was trading with Kazon Ogla. They enslaved her, but she was kind, even to someone like me. I had to get her out. He visited, brought me gifts, made me laugh. He was the only good thing in that terrible place. We fell in love. I admit I used you, Captain. I apologize, but I'd do it again in a heartbeat. Why'd you come to the surface, Kes? I felt a strong pull to explore the world beyond the city. I yearned for the freedom to discover new things and learn about myself. Seeing my people so dependent on the caretaker and unable to even think for themselves, it was unbearable. We once possessed telepathic abilities, but these atrophied over many generations. Yeah, Rob Picardo is absolutely astonishingly good. Chamomile? It might have been chamomile. Someone get started on that transported signal amplifier and Kes will go to sickbay and have you examined. Sounds a bit threatening. Kes, come to sickbay, we're going to dissect you. Bonzi just has to name drop. I met him. That Star Trek actor? Yep, met him. Yep. Yeah, I was on a cruise with that guy. By the way, for those of you who weren't here earlier, this, if anyone is thinking about getting this, it does have the original soundtrack. It's just that I can't have that turned on while I'm streaming, but there is a original, not original series, you know what I mean, like an original Voyager soundtrack when you open the game. It's really cool. You get the intro music. Very, very goosebumpy. Exactly, look. Exactly. What is blipping? Blimp? Blimp? Oh, it's you. Repair and activate the science laboratory. To research the transported signal amplifier. Repair and activate the sick bay. Yeah, Diego, so it's not that it's in-game music, so usually games are fine these days. So normally, if there's game music that is specific to a game, that's usually totally fine. Because game developers these days understand that lots of content creators want to play their game. They understand that that's good advertising for the game. And so they will make sure that streams and VODs don't get copyright struck for using game music. The problem is this isn't game music, it's the music from the original TV show. And so that's owned by Paramount. You know, the algorithm has no way of differentiating the game music from the TV series music. And so that's why the game has a streamer mode, but the game does have a streamer mode. And so if you are a content creator, you can just toggle that toggle, and you don't get that anymore. This is the same thing in World of Warships with some of the collab content. Right. The problem I have right now is I don't have any repair crews. I don't have any work crews. So we can't do that. So we might have to go for a little drive. Because I don't have a work crew. So we might need to drive around the block. So what we're gonna do... Did I do that? I guess I did do that. Because we got intercepted by that other ship, but I guess I did end up getting the stuff. So that's full. I don't really need anything. This is the problem. We could go there, go to the debris field and get the science. Picked up Neelix. Oh yeah, I guess so. Yeah. Blep, blep. Blep, blep. All right. So that's now 3 emergency quarters. All right. We're doing all right. Soldierman, yeah, I keep forgetting. It hasn't actually told me about that. But I thought we might as well go and do the thing. Because like, if there's stuff to do in the system, there's no point in wasting time. You might as well go and get resources and whatever. What's on the cruise rations? Let's have a look. An entire tray of donuts. An entire tray of donuts, what looks like a beheaded pigeon with some chips, another tray of donuts or perhaps some double stuffed Oreos. That looks like Findus pancakes. That's some kind of cake. That's a stack of pancakes. Not the healthiest diet in the world. Neelix fried spider. They're all stress eating, I guess so. Yum, yum, right, so. Okay. Tray of donuts, yep. The better medical science gets, the less healthy you need to eat. That is probably true. Yep. Our sensors detected a small but stable spatial anomaly. It is not dangerous but could provide valuable scientific data. Scan the anomaly from a safe distance. Go on, quick. That's bad. Scan yield data was corrupted by the anomaly's energy. Okay. What's this? This is Star Trek. This is Star Trek Voyager. Beyond the something. Into the unknown across the galaxy in the Delta Quadrant. I can't remember what the subtitle is. Is that the one where Palpatine comes back? Yep. What kind of game is this? I may be just toying with you. This is, you know how Frostpunk has kind of conundrums that it gives you, sort of little dilemmas? This is very similar. So, and it's also very similar in terms of the meta game, in terms of the resource gathering and things like that. So you can go out and you can gather resources, and then use those resources to mitigate certain problems that you have. But there's never going to be quite enough resources, and the choices that you have to make are always going to be a little bit kind of difficult. There's never going to be a perfect solution. And so you're sort of like managing difficulties, basically. And this is very, very similar. So you have different resources to repair the ship, and it's based on... No, it's... is it Battlestar Galactica ripoff? Which Battlestar? The only Battlestar game I've played is Battlestar Galactica Online. But that's just the meta game just of this just really reminds me of Frostpunk. Very similar. Oh, the new BSG. I think this one came first. If anything, that BSG game is a ripoff of this. I did. I played BSG over. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so one cycle for the science lab, and then we can put that crew on the sick bay. I don't really need any of that stuff. I guess we just skip time. Did that work? Allows for analysis of found objects, enables research of technologies. Produces +1 science per cycle. Each additional science laboratory increases research speed. Boom, boom. Yeah, Bajal, but I don't have space to store it. So if I went and got one of those resources, I would be wasting some of it because I don't have space to store it. I'm guessing that one of the technologies that I can do is building cargo holds. Captain, the science lab is back online. We can start researching the signal amplifier. Currently no research in progress. Transport signal amplifier, but the tech tree as well. What does that mean, unexplored? Oh, I guess that's just like stick the staff on doing that job. Ooh.
Hydrate.
Good plan. Yes, cargo bay. I was correct. Cargo bay level 2, dynamic storage. Holy tech tree, Batman. Is this just infinitely scrolling? No, it's just very big. The diplomat's ear. Interphasic coil spanner. Okay. How hard would it be to research what if our cargo bay was larger? Here, can we just stick some stuff in here? Yep, that's fine. Cool. So that's 3. That's 5. Now I have a little bit of space. Interface at coil spanning was your stage name. Yep. We detected a small debris field scattered across a wide area. The debris appears to be the remnants of a vessel. Maybe we can find something useful. How much can I store? 37. There is literally no point in doing that one. Access the tech tree to research new upgrades. This way you can upgrade rooms or unlock passive bonuses to improve efficiency. Certain technologies first require an upgrade of the tier of a technological category. Unlocking a new tech costs research points. Research points are produced by active science labs but can also be gained as rewards. Injured and sick crew will be placed in the sick bay automatically. After treatment, they'll go back to work. Increase the efficiency of the sick bay by assigning a suitable hero. I didn't hydrate. Tuvok. Captain, the blueprints for the signal amplifier are complete. However, to start production, we need to repair the workshop. Computer, initiate emergency medical holographic program. With no other options available, Captain Janeway activates Voyager's emergency medical hologram. A shimmering figure materializes in sickbay, ready to provide critical care. Doctor recruited. Please state the nature of the medical emergency. Doctor, our chief medical officer is dead. You have to take care of sickbay for now. And this patient, Kess. Also, if you could research necromancy, that'd be really handy. There's no need for concern. I am capable of treating any injury or disease. A broken ulnar, a few minor bruises and grazes, nothing I can't handle. You are in the most capable hands, young lady. I only talk to the doctor if there's literally no other way. He's simply too annoying. He really is. I really love his character, though. I think the actor did a fantastic job. Thank you, Doctor. That's very kind of you. I expect you to do your best, Doctor. Do my best, Captain. I am programmed for optimal medical care. What else would I do? Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a patient to attend to and a sick bay to reorganize. Okay. Explore the tech tree and research any tech. Repair and activate the workshop. I think cargo bay. But I can't do that. I can't do that, Dave. So I just have to unlock the tier first. Oh no, I can do plasma torch. Small battery compartment. What does that cost? The padlock icon has other opinions. It did. 16 cycles. Holy crap. 16 cycles, 70 science, and 5 dilithium. Maybe we should do something cheaper. That's still 14 cycles. Okay. Clearing ruin rooms gives plus 25% more resources, but I can't store those resources, so there's no point. So I think we should do what I was planning on doing. And unlock that tier and then do the cargo bay. We're going to do that. Now it's going to turn out that they're going to introduce combat and I'm going to need the batteries. Guarantee it. Alright. Bed made. Then... Oh yeah, I meant to do that as well. Workshop. Workshop? No, that's Toby Dobby. Field generator. Aero shuttle bay. Workshop. Cheers, bad jokes. Careful what I wish for. I may have seen some streams. And go. Alright, so 3 cycles for that one, 2 cycles for that one. I wish there was some kind of, I wish there was like a job summary. Is it maybe there? No. What's the blip noise? I think some of that is me mousing over stuff. And then if it's like the tutorial going like, you need to click on this thing, maybe it's that sound as well. But there's a jingly mouse over noise. Yeah, I think it was because the workshop was pulsing to catch my attention because I'm still in the tutorial. Okay. So we could actually now use some deuterium potentially. And we do have quite a lot of stuff to do, so let's go over to this J-class planet. Emergency quarters. Two crew without quarters. Beautiful. So that means I'm actually gaining morale now. That's great. So we'll give building the quarters a rest for now, I think. Or maybe, you know, I could do another one actually. Make sure everyone is housed. let's do that. It's kind of dumb that you have to click twice. Okay. Workshop repaired. Engineers craft items and torpedoes within the workshop. Crafting an item costs resources and takes time. You generally prioritize not exploding. Is this first playthrough? Yes. Workshop repaired, Captain. We can start production of the signal amplifier. So that, if you mean that sound, it's this question mark going, click me, click me, click me. Craft the transport signal blah 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 blah. Transport signal amplifier blueprints. Okey-dokey. You can think whatever you like, Joba. We shall now making pipe bombs and calling them torpedoes. There is a where was it? Sure, I saw torpedo. Yeah, torpedo launch bay. Quaggers. Well, we have launch. We have a build crew. You should all know, those of you who are itching to backseat me right now, who may have played the game, A, don't. B, when I'm given a tutorial, I tend to follow the tutorial. So if the tutorial doesn't tell me to do something, I don't do it because it's not in the tutorial. That having been said, I do have a spare work crew. Phases? We could do phases. That's interesting. Aero shuttle bay. Shuttle bay. Shield generator is probably a good plan, right? Only 2 cycles, bargain. Hey, Gaddy. You have a very odd question for UK viewers. Wine from the UK. Is there anything you can recommend? British wine. Okay, so we don't do amazing wine, generally speaking. However, there are some vineyards. I actually grew up near one. The one I grew up near was actually Denby's. But there are a few now. There's a few vineyards that are making a few different kinds of wine. I am no expert, but I know that there are some. The one that I know that I've definitely had the wine from is Denby's. So if you want to try one, I would look for Denby's. But I know that there are a few different grape varieties being used. I think Denby's also has like a sparkling wine, like a non-champagne champagne. Exactly, the standard British method of getting good wine is to go and own half of France. But yeah, we don't, not so much with the wine. A bit wet and dark. Beer? Beer and whiskey. Do you feel about that? Gin. We like gin. We do quite like our spirits. Cider, or cider as it is around here. We live in the middle of cider country. Cider and pork. Tea, not known as the most alcoholic of drinks. Okay. So 2 for the shield generator, 5 for the quarters. That research is a long time. We now actually have space for some deuterium. There, nope. What we came here for is this. Well, I can't take 836 and I don't have buster collectors, so... We've detected massive deuterium levels in the atmosphere of this J-class giant. Atmospheric conditions are harsh, but the potential fuel yield is exceptional. We're just going to do safe because I can't take any more than that anyway. Nice. Tank's full. Shields! Provides the ship with deflector shields during combat. Raises shield capacity by 40. And it's going to become a problem. If I know anything about starships, its power is an issue. Yeah. It's all well and good when you're in Stardock, but when people start shooting at you, not so much. Shields do tend to come in handy. Okay, so... We are crafting that signal amplifier, right? There needs to be some, like, better progress bars. You got the research one down there, but they also, I think there also needs to be like a... Oh, fair enough. If you mouse over it, it does say. Okay, fair enough. I think it could do with some kind of overlay progress bar. Was there some downtime between mission segments? Yeah, kind of. So... Honestly, I'm not far enough into it to really get the cadence, and like the tutorial hasn't introduced like combat or anything yet. I'm still partway through the tutorial, so I don't entirely know. But yes, so basically you're like going to points of interest and interacting with them and doing your like Frostpunk style, choose the conundrum answer thing, and then between that. You're basically, so at the beginning of the game, the ship gets wrecked. The ship gets nearly totaled. And so you've got all these compartments which are all ruined and full of crap. And so you're trying to gradually get the ship back up and running again. And so you're trying to like get all the compartments cleared, build the facilities that you need, and in the meantime manage your resources and power. So like collect the insurance. We're a little bit far away from the insurance brokers. Specifically 70,000 light years away. So, not so much with the, you know, communication. You gotta get home to collect the insurance, yeah. It's like the opposite of the extended warranty thing. Instead of them coming to find you, you go and find them. We're so far away that the extended warranty people can't reach us. Do I maybe just clear out some compartments so they're ready? Do we go for phases? I think we should go for phases. Yes, let's do that. Is this a full run-through game? I don't know what you mean by that, Lola. What do you mean by a full run-through game? Do you mean, do I think this is the kind of game that I would stick through until the very end? Yes. The warranty only covers you out to 30,000. The signal amplifier has been completed and is ready for use, Captain. It would be wise to make haste back to the Okompa. Phase control room, life support active. Fires a powerful beam that deals moderate damage to shields and moderate damage to hull. Providing more energy to weapons increases the fire rate. Each additional room increases +2 energy threshold. +50 weapon subsystem health limited to 4. Okay. The insurance doesn't cover acts of caretaker. The Okompa is just one of the species that are in the Delta Quadrant. So obviously, in Star Trek terms, the galaxy is divided into 4 quadrants. Earth is in the Alpha Quadrant, so all the familiar Star Trek races that you will know, so the Romulans and the Klingons and so on are all in the Alpha Quadrant. But some of the other series happen in the other quadrants. And Voyager happens in the Delta Quadrant, which is on the opposite side of the galaxy. And then you have the Gamma Quadrant, which is from Deep Space Nine. I don't think the other quadrant really gets used very much, actually. The Beta Quadrant? And because Voyager is set in the Delta Quadrant, basically the Voyager is just flying in a straight line to get home. They meet lots and lots and lots of other species. It's kind of very similar actually to the original series, in the sense that there's lots of different planets and different races and stuff that they meet every episode. Although there is one thing about Voyager that really annoys me, which is that despite the fact that Voyager is flying at maximum speed in a single direction, the same characters keep turning up. Like, Voyager has been traveling at warp whatever for the past 6 months. How are you keeping up with them? Are you doing nothing else other than just chasing Voyager? Because the story goes oh, well, we just happened to be here. Don't think you understand how, logistics works. Topology works, I guess. Because if you've been living your life in the Kazon Empire, how are you now over there, where Voyager now is? Isn't that where Betazoid's from? Oh, it might be actually, yeah. Yep. Exactly. Yeah. It's just, it occurred to me when I was watching, I'm like, that's not very realistic. Come on. Why ship have damage? Catty, what? Sorry, I don't understand. Oh, why is this ship damaged? So I don't know if you know the story of Star Trek Voyager. So this game follows at least the beginning, it follows the story of the TV series quite closely. So the tutorial is basically set in the first episode of Star Trek Voyager. And in that episode, this starship, which is captained by a captain called Janeway, they go on a mission to go and look for some rebels. So there's a rebel group called the Marquis, and they go into a nebula to go and look for these Marquis to try to find them. And while they're in the nebula, they get pulled by a very powerful alien. They get pulled across the galaxy. And when that happens, the ship gets very badly damaged. And that's where the game starts. So if you don't know Star Trek, basically, ship gets beaten up, repair ship, go. Is basically it. You're just starting with a very damaged spaceship and trying to put it back together. But if you've seen the TV series, it makes sense. Alright, we now have a phase control room. And decreasingly less available power. Skyrim. Things broke, make things go, pretty much. Okay. What can we usefully do while we fly back to Ocampa? Torpedoes? I kind of need to make more power eventually. I'm not entirely sure how I do that right now. It's probably research. I think I want to... Because the thing is, I've got these like ruined rooms. Let's just have a look around and see what's available. So we've got engineering office. Cargo bay, interesting. That's a triple. Holy crap, that one's huge. Large cargo bay is 6x2. Battery compartment, well that's single, that's cool. Large battery compartments, 4. And we got various quarters. We can have an extra sick bay. We already have one holodeck. Observation lounge, a social hub. Technology. We can have an extra science lab. We can have a hydroponics bay. Biolab lets us make bioneural gel packs despite the fact that the series says that's impossible. Voyager suffered far less instance of redshirting. I think that's simply because they're, a self-contained crew that has to go through like 7 seasons. And so if they keep losing random redshirts, that's not really feasible to the story, I guess. It makes sense. Waste disassembly. Combat. That's interesting. So there's a limit on the number of phaser controllers you can have, but there's not a limit on the number of shield generators you can have. How large is this crew? Currently 50-ish. But there will be more. A cloaking device. Metaphasic shielding. And then the Borg. Aru? What is Aru? We can grow Borg eventually. All right. shuttle bay could be good. Let's do the torpedoes, I think. Alright, so that's 3 cycles. That one is 1 cycle. Having board technology nukes your morale. Yeah, that makes sense. You have to put it with 7 of 9's smarmy passive aggressiveness. Alright, so Kemper is 2 cycles. Oh, did we actually... No, we didn't. Alright, we can actually take that. Use the tractor beam. Go on green. Come on green. Come on green. Nice. Beautiful. Lovely. Alright, Lucky. I will definitely be playing this again, by the way. Back to Okampa. Alright, everyone is now housed, at least in emergency quarters. Beautiful. Do the shuttle bay. Oh, it requires 5 lumpy purple things. What's that? Tritanium. We don't have any tritanium. It also requires tritanium. Alright, I think we've reached the point where I just need to clear these out. Captain, we reached our destination. Orders, send the away team. Recommended traits of Compa. That we could just send anyone we like? I feel like Tuvok is useful with his shooty bang bangs. Command, combat, science, engineering, science. It covers a lot of bases. This is a bit it is a bit racist, you're right. Human, quick-witted. Vulcan, Talaxian. She's half human, so she's half innovative and half Klingon. That is a bit odd. She's Okampa. He's a pilot. That is a bit strange. Right, let's take Tuvok. Let's take Harry. Who doesn't look like Harry. Yeah, Gavri, you think that. Alright. Let's go. Upon materializing... I think you can, Lavinia. Because that whole, like, Borg thing presumably starts with the 7 arc. Because I think this game sticks pretty closely to the events of the series. Obviously, like, the outcomes are a bit different, but, like, the starting points of the events are basically the TV show. Upon materializing and near the tunnel entrance, a group of Kazon is already there. Tinkering with security barrier and frustration, as soon as they notice the away team, they flinch in fear and back off a bit. Watch out, shouts one of them. The foreign warriors are back. If I can have 7 of waifu. I would imagine she's a bit later because 7 doesn't turn up in the TV series until, what, season 3-ish? But I'd imagine it's quite a big thing because like there's bits of Borg stuff in the interface. So season 3, yeah. Did Q ever appear in Voyager? Oh yeah. Yeah. Not as prominently as TNG or DS9, but yeah, he's there. Yeah. Captain, the Kazons seem hesitant, almost fearful. What are our orders? Oh dear, that's not good. That's bad. Yeah, that's not great. Okay, we're going to ignore the Kazon and proceed directly to the tunnel entrance. Using Tuvok's command ability. Does it get easier if you know the plot? That's a good question. I haven't got that sense so far. Because, like, so for example, earlier I knew that Neelix was lying. But the game doesn't allow you to use that information. So you just know that he's lying. And you just have to go into the situation knowing that he's going to double-cross you. Well, not double-cross you, but like the story is not quite what he says it is. So I guess they've written it so that even if you know the plot, which I would imagine they're guessing that most of their players do, it doesn't affect how you play the game, which is really cool. Yeah. Yeah, you have fourth wall info, yeah. It's like watching the series again, but you can kind of like steer the story a little bit. It's pretty cool. All right. Come on. Oh god, that's bad. The away team's bold move takes the Kazon by surprise. Few confused Kazon fire warning shots, but quickly cease fire when the away team shows no reaction. Kazon make no further attempts to interfere as the away team enters the tunnel. Okay. Captain, we've reached the tunnel entrance using the transporter signal amplifier now to find possible breaches in the security barrier. Use the amplifier to locate breaches in the barrier. Use the amplifier to locate breaches in the barrier. Okay. Guess we just use Harry. The away team deploys the transporter signal amplifier, carefully scanning the barrier for any vulnerabilities. After a tense few minutes, they locate a small breach in the energy field. They successfully transport themselves through the opening and into the tunnel. Beyond the barrier, the tunnel opens into a breathtaking sight. Embedded in a large cavern is a futuristic environment with smooth white walls glowing in warm white light and sprinkled with patches of green. This is Ocampa City. Captain, we're inside the Ocampa City, but it's a maze of streets and chambers. How should we proceed to find Tom and Chakotay? Can you imagine if he was just human? Well, it would make sense if the person who, like, lives here does that. What is that resource? Is that morale? Yeah. But I did. Alright, let Kez lead the search. Send a Jedi. Kez approaches a group of Ocampa, respectfully asking for assistance in locating the missing Tom and Chakotay. I think this is what actually happens in the episode. The Ocampa, touched by her concern, eagerly provide directions to a medical facility. The away team eventually finds their crew members awake but disorientated, surrounded by strange medical equipment. Chakotay instinctively reaches for a weapon, but before any confrontation can occur, the ground starts to shake violently. Korean it could be. A message from Captain Janeway cuts through the joy of reunion. The caretaker array has apparently repositioned itself and is now firing at the tunnel entrance. We need to get out of here. Oh, I see. I've been trying to work out what this panel is telling me. So these are the challenges that you face in series. Okay, I hadn't quite gotten to that. The tutorial could do a better job of explaining some of those things. Lead the team through the collapsing tunnels, clear a path through any debris or obstacles. Well, Tuvok, it looks like you're up. The away team clears a path through the collapsing tunnels, using their phasers to blast away debris and create a safe passage. They dodge falling rocks and collapsing ceilings, ensuring everyone escapes safely. Soon they reach the exit security barrier, the only thing standing between them and their escape. The tremors are interfering with the signal amplifier's focus, Captain. The connection is constantly being interrupted. We can't beam out like this. Oh no. Stabilize the transporter signal amplifier by adjusting its frequency and modulation. It's gotta be an inverse tachyon pulse. No, tachyons is TNG. What was this one? Different T. Tachyons and compensating. Rotate frequencies. Oh man, we worked it out earlier. What was it? Is Cog still here? Tachyons and tetrions. Thank you, Hobbs. Probably some tetrions in there somewhere. Tetrions. Analyze the tremors interference patterns and recalibrate the transporter signal amplifier accordingly. Okay. Harry, looks like you're up. This one we get science. Let's do that. Analyze the tremors interference patterns. Okay. Team analyzes the tremors interference patterns and quickly recalibrates transporter signal amplifier to compensate. The transporter signal stabilizes, allowing the away team to lock onto the beam and materialize safely back on Voyager. Nice. Chakotay recruited. Back on Voyager, Tom Paris breathes a sigh of relief while Chakotay eyes his Starfleet rescuers with suspicion. The Marquis commander struggles to understand this sudden alliance. Commander Chakotay. Welcome aboard Voyager. I'm Captain Catherine Janeway, and Mr. Paris, it's good to have my pilot back. We'll get to that, Finn. We'll get to that. Because the Tuvix thing is definitely in here. What? No champagne? Not even the replicated... I'm Commander Chakotay of the Marquis. Torres, what's going on here? Long story, Chakotay. Short version, we're stuck with the Federation's sycophants in the Delta Quadrant. Promote him never. And we share a common goal, getting back home. Anything you learned on the planet could help us. Yeah, the parents not so much with the Avatar. Yeah. Harry Kim's doesn't look great either. But at least his doesn't look like that. It's the hair. The face is not too bad. But something about his hair is just a little bit off. Ask if they know why they were sent to Akampa. Ask about what they learned about the Akampa. Ask if they learned anything about the caretaker. Did you learn anything about the caretaker? They say he's been acting out of the ordinary lately, abducting people, and he increased their power supply to half a decade. What? And he destroyed the tunnels. It sounds like he's preparing for something, but what? What can you tell us about the Akampa? Naive, friendly, they don't get out much, and that's good because they wouldn't survive. Apparently they've been living underground for longer than anyone can remember. That's true, our ancestors lived on the surface once. Ancient journals tell us the caretaker opened a deep chasm and led us underground. Any idea why? They mentioned a warming. The day our surface turned into a desert, on that day the caretaker appeared and built our city. Since then he has provided for the Akampa. a debt that can never be repaid. Say again, Lieutenant Tuvok. In my Star Trek, he's a lieutenant. There is enough evidence for me to form a reasonable hypothesis, Captain. The Okampa homeworld turned into a desert from one day to the next. The caretaker's immediate arrival seems to be no coincidence. I assume he is responsible for the ecological damage. Building the underground city and caring for them, he seems to be trying to make amends. In addition, it was mentioned that the caretaker provided the Okampa with a mere 5 years' worth of energy. Coupled with the destruction of the access tunnels and his frequent references to running out of time, the logical conclusion is he does not intend to continue his role as caretaker. I believe he is dying. Bum, bum, bum. If he dies, how the hell are we supposed to get home? The caretaker mentioned that you might have what he needs. Can you make sense of that? We woke up covered in scabs. The Okampa said we were sent away to prevent some kind of plague. Except we weren't sick before. They also mentioned others with the same disease, but they didn't last. They died. I want you both in sickbay now! Because we didn't quarantine you properly when you came back on board. The lieutenant, yes. Captain, their condition is unusual. It appears to be a cellular disruption caused by the introduction of foreign genetic material. Their bodies are rejecting it, rather violently, I might add. They're fortunate. A few more days and the cellular disruption would have been fatal. Foreign genetic material? For what purpose? An excellent question, Commander. It appears to have been introduced deliberately. Though why would anyone inject them with incompatible DNA is beyond my comprehension. Prognosis, Doctor? I've already started the treatment. With my expertise, they should make a full recovery. I don't know. So there's quite a few things in the series where had the crew taken a certain decision a certain way, so I don't know what the game offers you in those kind of regards. Yeah, because there's definitely a few like little quandaries that get offered. The one I have seen on people's streams is Tuvix. So there's an incident in one of the episodes where Neelix and Tuvok become combined into a single being. And in the series, Janeway has to make a decision as to whether to keep Tuvix, thus losing the other two, or whether to bring back the other two. And the game offers you the same choice. Yeah. Which is interesting. And you can absolutely take the choice that didn't get made in the series. You wonder if it's possible to merge Neelix with someone else? I don't think so. I've already started the treatment. Makes me serious. Okay, cool. Beautiful. I might take a break in a sec. The Doctor's discovery further confirms my hypothesis, Captain. Aware of his imminent death, the caretaker is enacting measures to safeguard the Okampa for as long as possible. However, they will run out of energy eventually, and so he seeks a successor, one who would continue his work. This explains the abduction and subsequent testing of individuals for various sectors. Niue and Jalix. Neelix and B'Elanna. Belelix. If he dies before finding a suitable successor, we'll be stranded. We have to return to the array before it's too late. Captain, given the caretaker's reluctance to cooperate, a more assertive approach may be necessary. Is he about to talk about weapons? The Vulcan's right. If that overgrown energy blob won't send us home, we'll blast our way out. Phasers, torpedoes, the whole shebang. Merge Neelix with species 8472. You get a cook that can fight the Borg. Basically Steven Seagal. It's just a mad scientist splicing Neelix with everyone. The whole crew is just half Neelix, half something else. Tuvix and Taurus. It would be, actually. That's a good point. Yeah, 2 half species combined, yeah. I believe a bit of tactical planning is in order. Shields first, then phasers. I am way ahead of you, Chakotay, because the tutorials have me, like, hanging around a bit. So, we've done that already, I'm afraid. Repair and activate the torpedo launch bay. I'm 1 cycle away from doing that. Already 1 cycle away. I'm going to take a little break. And then when we come back, I suspect we'll be getting into the combat tutorial, which is probably one of the last bits of the main tutorial, I'm guessing. Although this feels like one of those games that has like tutorial elements that kind of go all the way through. I'm guessing, like, for example, when the Borg turn up, it's going to tell me about Borg stuff. So I'm going to leave you for a second. I'll be back in a minute. And a super container.
I need a minute after that.
I need a minute.
Oh, yeah,
Okay, it was intense. You can tell it was intense because no one mentioned sphincters for at least 5 minutes.
Or rings. Or rims.
Don't think we'd covered rims yet, but do feel free. Or flanges.
It's a good job we didn't.
Are you lost? The famous wild horses of Washington, D.C. Out on the plains. Living their best life. The flight sim has a modeling issue with capital experience flooding, or both. Yeah, they're definitely free. Please fly into a flag burst. Thank you. Perfect. Clap it. That was perfect request. Please fly into the flag burst. Bang. Oh, okay. Thank you. Please come again. San Luis, please do that. Yes, do that. That is a great idea. That's the best idea you've ever had. This is the best idea any player has ever had in World of Warships. That is definitely going to work out for you. Yep, that definitely worked out for you. It's going to be me shortly in this game, I think. Excuse me while I have some emergency rations. Alright, so that's going to be about 7 cycles. Ah. Okay. They've got 1 cycle to go until the torpedo bay is repaired, and I'm guessing that's going to trigger some kind of combat thing.
don't really need any resources right now. So I guess let's just skip. Fire torpedoes that deal massive damage to the hull, but are almost useless against shields. Providing more energy to weapons increases the fire rate. Alrighty. Our offensive and defensive capabilities have been restored, Captain. However, I suggest a test run to verify system functionality and to assess our temporary flight control officer's performance in combat. Excuse me? This ace pilot knows more maneuvers than Starfleet can throw Greek letters and numbers together. Except the one for evading Starfleet custody. Wow. Gentlemen, enough. Tuvok is right. We need to test our combat systems, but we lack a sparring partner. Let's just go and poke someone. You have one. Our ship. Seriously, Chakotay? Or the Marquis on the Valjean? A Starfleet target practice? What could possibly go wrong? B'Elanna, focus. We need preparation. I will pilot the Valjean, Captain. Just remember to set your favors to simulation. There's going to be ads very shortly. Did you also know that I stream on Kick and YouTube simultaneously to Twitch? Completely unrelated. B'Elanna, unavailable. Chakotay, unavailable. Keep that in mind, Commander. It's not stimulation, simulation. Why are those two white? Or subscribe. Or use turbo. Each combat encounter, you may choose one up to 3 heroes to utilize their specific strengths and abilities. 2. Alrighty. If your phases are in simulation mode, you're actually testing them. That's a good point. Why are you white? Because I didn't read you the first time, I guess. Craft unique items. I did read those. Alright. Prepare for combat. You need extra processing power to stream for 3 platforms at the same time. No, so... Sorry, you're going to have the combat music in the background. Basically, no. The thing that makes a difference is what stream are you sending to those 3 platforms. So if you are, if you're rendering one stream, so if you're compositing and rendering one stream and then sending that exact same stream to all the platforms, which is exactly what I'm doing, then your machine is only putting that stream together once. So that video stream is the same. And the only replication is the fact that the network stack on your OS and then your network hardware is sending it to 3 different places, which is very minimal in terms of the processing power required. And also you have to have an internet connection that can cope with 3 times as much data, because 3 times 1080p video is quite a lot of data. And so you probably wouldn't be able to do that over ADSL. But in terms of processing power, putting the video together, it's the same. If you want to have different video go out to those 3 platforms, then yes, there is a massive processing overhead, because you're creating 3 completely separate streams. Because you might want to have like different graphics, maybe a different format. So you might want to have like a landscape stream and a portrait stream, that does require a lot of extra processing power, and if you want to do that, basically you have to have a second machine to do that. Doing that on a single machine is not really viable. Yeah, but doing what I'm doing it's pretty much the same as doing a single stream. Yeah. But I would like to have a second PC at some point. It's just that at the moment that's not really economically viable because AI. All right, so USS Voyager versus Valjean. All right, so Tom Paris gets evasive maneuver, Tuvok gets coordinated attack, Neelix gets rousing speech. And Kim gets shield hacking. All right. Well, I can leave one of you. So let's take evasive maneuver. Evasive maneuver dodges enemy attacks for a limited time, granting a brief window of invulnerability. 26-second cooldown. Kim gets space magic. Shield hacking hacks enemy shield frequencies, increasing the shield penetration rate of Voyager's weapons by 20%. 19-second cooldown. Should we go rousing speech just for giggles? Resets the cooldowns of all other heroes' combat abilities to 4 seconds. 30-second cooldown. That's pretty cool. He's got a reload booster. He's got a Tom and Harry reload booster. The Voyager will fight semi-autonomously. Neelix is the fun about it, exactly. Phasers are fired automatically, torpedoes manually. You control the ship by opening the command menu and deciding how to approach the enemy. Torpedoes there. Orders there. Enemy here. Okay.
What are your orders, Captain?
Orders. Order your ship to try and attack or defend a side with either defensive or offensive movement. Okay, fleeing 3. Fleeing requires enemy engines to be damaged, while surrendering costs resources as a form of payment. You can also repair damaged subsystems. Proceed to offensive movement. Offensive movement. Offensive actions. Oh, this is the Valjean. Okay. What is this? Is this what I'm targeting? Disable the shield generator.
Moving to attack the port side, Captain.
Okay, we don't have any torpedoes. We do have phasers. Invasive hero abilities can be activated by selecting them with the mouse or by pressing the number keys. A blue countdown indicates the ability is activated, while a white countdown shows the cooldown time until the ability is ready to be used again.
Ability ready, Captain. Ability ready, Captain. Enemy shields destroyed, Captain.
Reload booster.
Enemy shields destroyed, Captain. Ability ready, Captain.
So, have I not done that? Guess not.
Ability ready, Captain.
Okay. I feel like that tutorial could have been better. Is the flipping the ship necessary? I guess so. It's Tom Paris. Why go straight when you can do a loop-the-loop? Combat result fled? Is that us or them? I'm guessing that's them. Boom! That's how it's done. Not bad for a temporary guy, huh, Tuvok? Your methods were unconventional, however the objective was achieved, an acceptable performance. One more thing, Captain. Whatever awaits us at the array, the Valjean should be in a support position for Voyager. Alright, have the transporter room standing by in case your crew needs an emergency beam out. Let's show this quadrant what we're really made of. Okay. So I have a work crew available. Shall we clear that? Let's do it. All right, back to the array. Yeah, it wasn't entirely clear what was going on. It didn't explain the status thing in the top right hand corner at all. I just know how that works from watching streams. Okay. Ruin room repaired. Captain, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but the cargo bay is overflowing. If we find any more of this resource, we'll have nowhere to put it. We would just have to leave it behind. I've done that several times already. I was wondering if we could expand our storage capacity, perhaps with a new cargo bay. Sure, we'll build an additional cargo bay. You'll have 30 seconds to accomplish it. I don't think I have that unlocked, do I? Because I'm currently researching the tier in order to be able to get that, and I don't know how long that takes to get. So I'm going to say no. Sorry. No can do. Hario. Because, what's the workshop? Workshop. No, not workshop. I don't know where anything is. The hell is science? No, it's still lithography. Where did I leave science? Hello? Where is this? Yeah, the tutorial's pretty good. There are a few things where it seems to it'll explain one part of the concept in a bit too much detail and then completely ignore another half of it, which seems very strange. So there's a couple of bits where it could be a little bit more holistic in its approach. But generally speaking, it's pretty good. The other criticism I had that you might have heard earlier is the past 4 hours have been tutorial, right? And then it doesn't feel like there's been a lot of gameplay during that time. I think what they could do is they could string the tutorial out a little bit with a bit more gameplay in between, because it feels like just going from like one reading thing to another reading thing to another reading thing. I just feel I've read like 50 of those tutorial panels, and I feel like that could be spread out a little bit more. I feel a bit information saturated, and I don't feel like I've played very much. That could be better. Generally speaking, Science is the first room right of the life support and the hollow deck. Aha. Thank you. But I don't actually need that because I can get to it from the bottom. Okay, so 3 cycles remaining for that. And then... don't think I know how... Oh, 16, yes, I wouldn't have helped it. Oh, maybe I would. But I don't necessarily know that's what I'm going to take, so, yeah. Take the morale hit. It could be the WoW's tutorial, that's true. Oh. Right, what are we going to do with... We could build another engineering office. They will require trilithitanium. Cobalt, something. Tritanium, that's the one. Not really much I can do right now. I don't want to waste the work crew, but there's not much I can do. I guess I could get life support onto it. Oh, I could get the battery compartment up and running. That could be cool. We can't do that because we don't have tri-lumpy lithium. Yeah, I don't think I can do anything with this workroom. Because I don't need, don't need any more accommodation. I think those guys get a day off. Oops. Okay. Did we go for cargo bay level 2? Increases the time the trade offers stay available. We can do that. I could have taken that mission, but never mind. All right. Pew, pew. We have arrived. Okay, so that's full. I need some deuterium. Did I leave any deuterium? I did. What's the difference between the cargo bay level 2 and the large cargo bay? One of them is bigger. I don't know. Probably the footprint. Isn't that the research that goes to that though? I can't do this because this is level 3. This is level 2. This is level 3. This one is flipping huge. This one is 12 tiles. This one is not 12 tiles. Alright, we need to go there. Deuterium, I know, that's where we're going. Captain, we've got a major problem brewing down engineering. Deuterium levels are critical. It's literally what we're on the way to do. This ship won't last long without a refuel if we don't locate a new supply soon. We'll be adrift in space with no energy, no life support. We need to act fast. You'll have 20 life cycles to accomplish this task. Yeah, we can do that. I can't hold 900 right now, but we can definitely do that in 2 blobs. Is this going to give me some kind of tracker somewhere? Yes. Sensors detect a dense cloud of interstellar gas with an unusually high concentration of deuterium. Risk to maneuver Voyager into the unknown of the cloud. Ooh, that was close. Captain, the maneuver paid off. We've collected a massive amount of deuterium. Nice. I only need 80 more. Which is an annoyingly small number. Alright. To the array. Captain, we reached our destination. Orders? Oh. That was a Kazon. Scan crap. It seems we're expected, Captain. It's the Kazon. The lead ship is hailing us. They're probably not calling to chat. I'll have our marquee raider manned. You'll have support if this turns to a fight, Captain. Excellent idea, but let's see what the Kazon have to say first. It's Floofy here. Why are you here? Do you truly believe you can defeat us? All we care about is getting home, Jabin. We will beam over to the array and see if we can arrange that. That's all, after your display of firepower? We do not fear you, but we are not fools. We have no dispute with you. Then leave, the array is ours. This is absurd, we have no intention of challenging you. It must do. The array is mine, leave or face my wrath. Jabin, we can discuss this like two civilized... He's disconnected, Captain, and they're powering up their weapons. Battle stations. Awurr. Awurr. Prepare for combat. USS Voyager and Marquee Raider versus Kazon Carrier, Kazon Support Vessel Alpha, Kazon Support Vessel Beta. They will be no match for us. Instant shield recharge? What is that? What is that? Voyager's rotation speed. Increases rotation speed and boosts weapon damage output 20-second cooldown. I think we'll go for Betla now. Activate whoop-ass mode. Alright. Not entirely sure how this interface works. I guess we'll learn as we do it. I just hope it lets me look around as I pause.
What are your orders, Captain?
Okay, so... Fwend. That's the Kazon Carrier. What is that? Hit points? Distance? Distance. Okay, so I can't make changes while it's paused. Interesting. So shields, weapons, something else. It's kind of annoying that you can't get to. Okay, so it will let me do that while I... Okay. Alright, offensive actions... Oh, that's warp core. The round thing is the warp core? Yep. Flamey thing is the engines. The shooty pew pews is the shooty pew pews. And the thing that looks like a shield is, funnily enough, a shield. Alright, well that's useful because we have the same symbols on our ship. The tutorial explained none of this. Alright, we're going to attack the shields.
The port side, Captain.
Now, can I pause? I can pause. Can I give you orders? I can give you orders. Okay. But I can't do this stuff while it's paused. Alright, so. Let's use Harry.
Ability ready, Captain. Ability ready, Captain.
Can't remember what her ability is now. Torpedoes? I don't have a torpedo. Why are you giving me a tutorial? Was I supposed to make torpedoes? Chat, who was responsible for making torpedoes? And why did you not do it? That's gonna be a court-martial. I have 38 of them. How do you know that? Torpedoes have to be fired manually. Shift key or LT on a controller. They are very powerful, causing great damage to systems and hull. However, their effect is minimal against shields, so make sure you fire from the right angle. You ate them. They're not hot dogs. Isn't it red because I don't have any? Because I haven't built any.
Enemy shields destroyed, Captain.
Oh yes, I do.
An enemy is surrendered, Captain.
You're busy working on the DS9 self-replicating mines. Yeah, they were fun. Alright, so does that mean the other two are still... Yeah, okay. So this one... Same.
Moving to attack the starboard side, Captain. An enemy is fled, Captain.
Good.
Moving ability ready, Captain. Ability ready, Captain.
Tutorial Combat 1. I don't know where those torpedoes came from. Yeah, this is their result, not my result. Alright, hull status 57. I don't know if that's to do if they're... okay. I probably always had them, yeah, that's true. You can hire allied ships on the bridge to help in combat. What? You can hire allied ships? Oh, literally, okay. Only one ally may help at the same time. Unlock allies by fulfilling hidden objectives and researching certain techs. Once unlocked, they will be available for the rest of the game. Recruitment and upkeep cost resources. Shown 2. They cost food. Okay. Yeah, I repaired the torpedo bay. But I had that during the tutorial, like, test combat as well, and I didn't have any torps there, so. I don't know. Tutorializing, I guess. That went better than expected. It's called a tutorial, Chakotay. Our raider is still in good shape. I'll keep it close by just in case more Kazon decide to show up. You are strong, Captain, but there is strength in numbers. I have called for reinforcements. This array will be mine. Oh no, round 2. Then I guess we don't have much time. Hail the array. Well, aren't you persistent? We need you to send us back to where we came from. Impossible. I have barely enough strength to complete my work. I must protect the Okampa. If I don't, the Kazon will steal their water. They won't be able to survive. Well, dang. Confront him. What happened to the Okampa was your fault. Something you did turned their planet into a desert, didn't it? That was the debt that could never be repaid. We were explorers from another galaxy. We had no idea our technology would devastate their atmosphere. 2 of us were chosen to stay behind and care for them. 2? Where's the other? She went off to look for more interesting places. They had a lover's tiff. You must let go of the Okampa. Did you ever consider allowing the Okampa to care for themselves? They're children. Children grow up. They need challenges. Maybe the Okampa are stronger than you think. Send us home, damn it. You've dragged us into this. You need to send us... Captain, Jabin wasn't bluffing. His reinforcements have arrived. I could try to access the array's system to transport us to the Alpha Quadrant, Captain. No, I'm fading. Time is up. If you leave, the array will be left to the Kazon. They will annihilate the Okampa. You must destroy it. Don't listen to him. We'll be stranded. Mexico solo. She probably took his baseball cards. Please protect the Okampa. What is right and what is easy? If I remember correctly, that's one of the episode titles. The caretaker fades away, collapsing into an inert crystalline form. Janeway is now faced with an impossible choice. Return home to the Alpha Quadrant, leaving the Okampa defenseless, or sacrifice Voyager's return to ensure their safety. The clock is ticking. I'm assuming the game isn't going to give me the choice to just go home. You have chosen go home. Game over. You must intentionally strand yourself in order for the game to continue. He's gone. Captain, the Kazon are closing in. Shall I try and access the primary control system to send us back? It's gold. Ba-bum, 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 ba-bum. Oh wow, it's actually giving me the choice. What? I'm curious now. Is this one of those situations where it looks like a choice, but actually neither ends up doing, you know? I'm curious. Because obviously, for those of you who don't know, the TV series does that one. But this one is not the Prime Directive approved option. This one is not the, squeaky clean, preserve everything, Starfleet way, you know? Maybe what we'll do is we'll pretend that one of the marquee like runs over to a panel and jabs some buttons. So we can maintain, you know, internal consistency. Okay, I'm doing it. Your choice has consequences. Protecting the Ocampa would violate the prime... Protecting the Ocampa would violate the prime... I guess it would, actually. That is a good point, Catherine Janeway. You violated the Prime Directive in the TV series. That is a very good point.
There's coffee in that.
I had it the opposite way around. My responsibility is to this crew. Access the control systems. We're going home. Why would it violate? Because the Prime Directive basically says that you're not allowed to interfere in the course of other civilizations' civilization. And if their civilization is destined to be that way, then they're not allowed to fiddle with it. So, yeah. Unless the Ocampa specifically asked them for help, which they haven't. You're abandoning the Ocampa? To hell with the Prime Directive. They deserve a chance to live. Ooh. Reconsider, destroy the array. Follow through, access primary control systems, and return home. Success chance 60%. Oh, come on. Oh no, there's gonna be ads? You are kidding me. Okay, I'm gonna press the ad run button now, and I'll press the button. We'll chat for a bit, and I'll press the button after the ads. There will be a brief commercial break. How we doing, chat? Do you think that the game is actually going to let me? There's no way it puts me back in the Alpha Quadrant, surely. Surely it will find a way to have the array destroyed anyway. Catty, if there aren't any ads available for you in your region, then you won't see any. One of my old moderators lived in Azerbaijan, and he said that he never saw a single ad on Twitch because there's just no one advertising in Azerbaijan. The 60 has to be real? Yeah, I guess so. But like, the whole premise of Voyager and this game is that you're stuck in the Delta Quadrant, so if it succeeds and it takes me home, surely that means the game is over and that we've, succeeded. So there's no way it does that. Can start a new run, I guess so. Go through the tutorial for another 4 hours. Succeed at the axis, yeah, that's true. Maybe then it's like, alright, well, we can't do that, but we can still trigger the detonation of the array a different way or something. That's what I'm expecting. I'm expecting it to force us to destroy the array. Have you missed any game promotions? Not yet. Don't hold your breath. The whole bridge crew could die and Kim would still not be promoted. Leave a bomb with a timer. I mean, that's pretty much what happens in the show. Okay. Access primary control systems and return home. It's my ship, Commander. Tuvok, now! Attempting to access primary control systems, Captain. Transit program initiated. The array is ready. Engage. Janeway makes the call. Voyager will return home. Tuvok activates the caretaker's technology, and a blinding white light engulfs the ship. Uncertainty hangs in the air. Will it work? Will they make it back? Time seems to freeze as the crew braces for the unknown. Voyager materializes in the Alpha Quadrant. The familiar stars a welcome sight, but the joy of returning home quickly fades as Starfleet and Maquis lock eyes. Just moments ago, they were allies united by a common goal. Now back in familiar territory, the reason for their alliance has vanished. What? I did not expect that. Okay. All right. That's fantastic. So we're going to fight the Maquis now? We're back. We actually made it. I'm suspicious. Are we, though? Or is this like the caretaker, like playing mind games? Are we going to have like our fisticuffs on the bridge? Hand-to-hand combat? We are. You abandoned the Akompa, Janeway. Left them to the Kazon, another powerful enemy preying on the weak just like the Cardassians. Q is going to come and click us back over there. I won't apologize for putting my crew first, Chakotay. If you remember, the only reason you and I formed this alliance was to get our people home safely. Now we're back to being enemies? Is that it? You going to hand us over to Starfleet? Oh my god. This is... okay. Alright. I mean... that is why we went there in the first place. We are essentially military officers. Janeway's job was to go there and, you know... No. No. Why would we let them go? You want maximum chaos? That's for your playthrough. I'm going to let you choose when you do your playthrough, and then you can do whatever you like. They helped? I guess they did help. Janeway gets a man dog, that's true. Yeah, I guess they did help. Chakotay. We've been through a lot. I can't ignore that. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to make a full report to Starfleet Command about how the Maquis regrettably evaded our attempts to apprehend them. Get off my bridge. When I return to the bridge, I trust you and your crew will have made yourselves scarce. Aye. Chakotay, damn it, what are we waiting for? Let's get out of here. Consider this a parting gift. Farewell. Thank you. Goodbye, Captain. Captain, letting the Maquis go is a breach of Starfleet protocol. Logic dictates they should be held accountable for their crimes. We owed it to them. We owe them a debt, Lieutenant. They helped us get Harry back. They fought alongside us against the Kazon. Without them, we wouldn't have made it back home. Tuvok's gonna rat us out. He totally is. He's gonna mutiny and kill her. It's gonna turn out that he actually turned and is actually a Maquis while he was spying on them. I fail to see how a debt justifies compromising Starfleet security protocols, Captain. Balana, the Marquis, they saved my life. What they did in the past, it doesn't matter. I won't complain about their help either. But the thought of going back to New Zealand, not exactly my idea of a happy ending. Maybe you could pull a few strings for me with Starfleet Command, Captain. Tom, I made you a promise, didn't I? And perhaps a certain pilot with your unique skills might find a place for himself on Voyager sooner than he thinks. Harry's a changeling. Harry's a changeling and one of them is a skin job. That's music to my ears, Captain. I'll show Starfleet what this pilot extraordinaire can really do. Well, gentlemen, it seems our adventure has come to an end. Mr. Paris, set a course for Starfleet headquarters. It's time to report in. And for a coffee break. Where is this going? What? Whoever said, I don't think this is one of those games, you were wrong. What? That's hilarious. Congratulations, Captain, you've discovered a hidden ending. Returning home by the Caretaker's Array was never intended, but your ingenuity and determination have defied expectations. However, this ending is not without consequences. The Ocampo will be left to fend for themselves against the Kazon, and the Voyager's crew will miss out on the many adventures and challenges that await them in the Delta Quadrant. Are you sure this is the path you wish to take? Or would you like to reconsider your decision and explore the intended storyline? Oh, I like that. I like that. That is very cool. I love that they went there. That's fantastic. You can go back. Well, you can go back, but how? Do I have to go through it again? Maybe I do. Because what happens if I say continue? Just reload. It doesn't really have a save system like that. Where am I? Yeah, okay, so we're just before the array. Okay, perfect. Well, that's cool. That's really cool. I'm sorry. I hope that if anyone didn't want spoilers that you left before I went through that. But there you go. If you keep pushing it, it actually lets you out. Okay. So so we've picked up the deuterium. Oh yes, this is just after we picked up that deuterium. No, exactly, Aiden. I gave plenty of warning, right? So I hope no one's like, oh man. You could get that into playing the demo. Nice. Well, if that was in the demo, hopefully that's a good sign that there's a few other things like that in here as well. Because they're not going to stick their only hidden thing or only like surprise branch in the demo. Pick up some more. You pick up some more. I'm sorry, Kate. There are several hidden endings where you just end up stranded, probably, yeah. And the Alpha Quadrant set of missions. Very interesting to explore that a bit further, but it would be like completely out of the storyline of Voyager, obviously. It would just be like random Star Trek stuff. No, Salazar, I've barely... I'm not even out of the tutorial yet, so no. Our shuttle bay is not... I haven't even collected any tritanium, so... Nope. Thank you, Gavri. A tiny bit nervous about next month, I'll be honest. Alright, let's break the Prime Directive. Oh, do we have to do that fight again? Mangled chimp. Thank you very much. We have vase. Let's click through this because we know what this all says. Blah blah, we don't like you, our array, blah blah blah, he's disconnected, let's fight. Alright. Let's go with him.
What are your orders, Captain? Moving to attack the port side, Captain. Ability ready, Captain. Ability ready, Captain. Enemy shields destroyed, Captain. Enemy is surrendered, Captain.
No, not defensive.
Moving to attack the starboard side, Captain. Ability enemy shields destroyed, Captain. Ability ready, Captain. Ability ready, Captain. Moving to attack this. Ability ready, Captain.
We came out with 1% less hull damage. Nice. Alright, allies, okie dokie. That went better than expected, our radar. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 mine. Hail the array. It's like we've been here before. It's some kind of time loop. We're in some kind of time loop. Must be Q. Aren't you persistent? You have no idea. We need you to send us back where we came from. Possible blah 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 blah. Right. It was smooth. Yes, this is my first playthrough. Well, this is my second go at that battle. Right. Send us home. You've dragged us into this, you need to send us. Captain Jabin wasn't bluffing, his race forces arrived at drags us to blah 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 blah. No, I'm fading, I'm melting. You must destroy the array. Don't listen to him, we'll be stranded. Actually, Balana. I've come from another alternative universe to tell you that we can go home. Please, protect the Okampa. He's gone. Captain, the case on the closing in. Shall I try and access the primary control systems to send us back? Hang on. Hang on a minute. Because this happens in the series. No, I can't do. He's basically saying, would you like me to send us back? Although that is something that the first officer would do. After she makes that decision in that other branch to do that, he complains that she did it. Because he's like, prime directive, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Destroy the array. Do it. We never asked to be involved, but we are. We won't trade the lives of the Acampa for our convenience. Lieutenant Tuvok. Ready the tri-cobalt devices. What are you doing? The arrays are our only way out of here. You can't. I can, and I will. Tri-cobalt devices ready, Captain. Fire. Pablui. Yeah. We'll find another way home. I promise. Who do you think you are making the decision for all of us? That's kind of the point of a captain. It was the right decision, Balana. The Ocampa that remind me of our people. We were fighting a more powerful enemy, but to protect our own, the Ocampa deserved that too. 70,000 light years. We're really stranded, aren't we? Great, now I'll definitely miss my next parole review. A missed parole review should not be your primary concern at the moment, Mr. Barris. Thanks, Tuvok. I hadn't thought about that. Jabin is hailing us, Captain. You have made an enemy today. Me and my fluffy hair will kill you. Mr. Paris, put some distance between us and his fluffy hair. Voyager's hull can be damaged in combat. Dialogue, spatial phenomena, or if the Wait, Voyager's hull can be damaged by dialogue? Who's talking? Q? But yeah, the hair on the models is not great. The avatars are definitely let down by their hair. Yeah. Don't shout, you've got feelings, yeah. It's the gel packs. They're sentient. Spatial phenomena, or if the navigational deflector is offline, okay. If the hull integrity reaches 0, Voyager will destroy the game's over. So now we have 3 ways to end the game. Go home, 0 morale, 0 hull. Hull doesn't regenerate by itself. To repair the hull, assign a work team in the engineering office. 2, asteroid field. 3, plasma storm. 4, navigational deflector offline. Okay. Do I not get any, words to explain what that means? Okay. Neelix hasn't introduced his cheese. Yeah. Running out of crew members probably also works, yeah. Okay. Repair the hull and the engineering? Can anyone remember what that said? Nope. Nope. Yes. Oh. Engineering office. Okay. Where did we park the engineering office? Engineering office. Assigned to hull repair. +3 per cycle. That's going to take a while. Getting your crew Borgified? I mean, if you've got a whole Borg crew, there's still a crew. But yes, probably. So I have another work crew left. The research for the cargo bay is like 3/4 done. Hey, Bo. Why did Templar ruin all those rooms? I know, it's because he drove past all of them. And all the torpedoes that didn't hit him, which was not that many, because naturally they all hit him, they totaled these rooms. Yeah. You might like this. It's pretty good. It's got good chat streamer banter possibility. We're having a good time. We meet the macro virus, the phage. That's actually already been mentioned. How much is it? So there's 2 different versions, because there's like the basic version and then there's like the deluxe version that includes the DLC. I think the basic version is like £25. Let me have a look. Yeah, the basic game is $26.99 GBP, so probably 30, I don't know, like $33. Deluxe edition is about £8 more than that. So you're probably looking at like low 40s, something like that. How would I describe the game? Have you played Frostpunk? So basically it presents you with sort of difficult decisions. So you have to start, so you start with a ship that's been totaled as per the series, because this follows the events of the TV series. And you have to put the ship back together while dealing with limited resources, limited crew, and then also dealing with all the stuff that gets thrown at Voyager. And so you have to like potentially choose between like 2 bad choices. Like, would you like to lose this crew member or lose all your food? It's those kind of things. And so it's kind of similar to Frostpunk. Which makes it a great streaming game. Like, Frostpunk is a fantastic streaming game because you get to discuss those choices. And like, there's some proper like nail biters. Like, we just found a hidden ending. So I just essentially just completed the game, like halfway through the tutorial. So you're like, let's just go home. Oh, it let us go home. There you go, $40.49. I think maybe it's a bit more expensive for us because of tax. So yeah, it's good. Can't name the crew. Yeah, that is a shame. I noticed that one of the pieces of tech is a Borg like growing vat, so maybe we can have Borg drones and name the drones. Orchard, I kind of agree with you. I used to take the piss out of Voyager, but then I watched it recently, the whole way through, and now I likes it. You can have multi-stream, yeah, but yes, but for game streamers, that's not that useful. Because I almost never have chat on stream. In fact, I never have chat on stream. It's just not useful. It takes up too much space. Six of yak. But yes, it's useful. Right. So... what is this thing? Yeah, if you've got space, like if things like art streamers, just hatching streamers, it makes sense. But for game streamers, you almost never have the chance to. Savage, thank you. How many mods are there? If you include bot accounts, about 20. Because all of the services are all mods. Humans, 8 or 9. Right, so. We've just set up the healing. We need to grab some more deuterium on the way out. You 9 of 9, you could be 9 of 9. How much space do I need? For this. Cargo bay level 2. Hang on, I already have cargo bay. Does that mean I can build a cargo bay already? Where is that? Oh, there. I do have that. I didn't realize I could build that. So that's only 3. We can build a cargo bay. That would be probably a good plan, right? Level 2? No, so I think what the level 2 is it's an upgrade to the existing 3-slot room. Whereas the large cargo bay is much bigger. Because if you read the what it does, increases the storage capacity for all resources by 50%. And so it's just upgrading your existing room. So it just upgrades this. It doesn't change the size, I don't think. It's not a different room, it's just an upgrade to the existing one. So maybe we do that. Yeah, like better organization, exactly. They bought a label machine. Level 2 has a Roomba. Yeah, let's do that. I need to keep an eye actually on... Yeah, so idling 4. I need to... Where do I get extra crew from? Because I'm going to run out of crew here very quickly. And look how much space I have. Space compression, exactly. It's just vacuum packing. They've got some plastic bags and a vacuum cleaner. Yak reasons. Okay, so in the third system, they want us to go to that asteroid. Okay. On the way out, let's get some deuterium to finish that. Shipwreck, what could possibly go wrong? Cargo bay. And cargo bay level 2. Cargo bay. Each cargo bay can only store one. Oh. You didn't mention that bit, game. Each cargo bay can only store one type of resource. Build more cargo bays or upgrade existing ones to increase the amount you can store. Great. That's great. Stupid cargo bays. So now I only have 2 crew members left. So, select a resource to store. Let's do deuterium. I think that makes sense. But the, hang on. Yeah, so that the cargo bay 2 doesn't give me that bonus universally. It's only applied to the actual cargo base. Yeah. Okay. What does upgrade mean? Oh, do I have to upgrade it to a level 2? Yes, I do. Interesting. So how does that work? What does that cost me? Missing resources, but you haven't told me what resources I need. Huh? Oh, there. Needs 25 trimonaminium. Okay. So basically, that could be better. So the upgrade that I've researched allows me to upgrade that cargo bay, but it requires tritanium, and I don't have any tritanium. Haven't seen any tritanium. I don't know where to get tritanium, but it didn't tell me that I need tritanium in order to do it. Okay. That could be better. That's not that useful because I can't, I don't have enough space to store the flippin' thingy anyway. Guess we do the battery compartment. All right. So I can start up to 1500 now. Destroy the vessel and salvage the debris. Torpedo launch bay level 1. Dang it. Hull minus 20? Ow. That's quite a lot. Oof. I only got 154 out of that? Ooh, that sucks. Oh, that was bad. Ooh, where did I... Warp core. My hull's on 27. I'm assuming that's out of 100? What is this? Of 241, yeah, maybe that's it. Oh, this is store. I thought this was cumulative. It's not. Oof. Detective Master Journals. Okay, we did this earlier. We did this earlier. We can do this. Ooh, that was just inside the orange. You can see the hole in the other screen at the top, the green bar. Oh, yeah, thank you. Yeah. But that doesn't say... What? That is not enough. Ugh, I've barely got more than I had when I left. Blech. That was terrible. Current amount 224. Where's this 27 coming in? What's that? Oh, that's combat power. Right, okay. I'm not entirely sure what that means. Oh, it just adds up to that, I guess. I see, okay. Okay, so there's not, we've exhausted this system, basically. So now I have to spend most of that failing that mission, which is going to hurt my morale, and then going over here. Oh god, that's bad. Okay. Taiwan, hello. Deuterium. 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 Science. Emanations. I have emanations when I don't shower. Duranium. Duranium. Deuterium. Duranium. Alien probe. Who wants to be probed? Did I break the ship? No, not yet. We have detected a deactivated alien probe of unknown origin. It's not transmitting any new signals, but it could contain valuable data that we can acquire for scientific research. You vote Yak? Okay. Deuterium. Oh, I like that shadow. That's really cool. Alright. We need to, so I need to replenish my deuterium. And then there's that. The caretaker is dead. To prevent the Kazon from seizing control of his array, I was forced to destroy it. This is like Captain's log. Captain's log. Jarbin, leader of the Kazon Ogla, has predictably declared Voyager an enemy. We are now truly stranded in the Delta Quadrant with a hostile Kazon sect on our tail. We should put as much distance between ourselves and this disastrous encounter as possible. What that has to do with this asteroid, I have no idea. Well, I guess we go there. Battery bank. Guess we grab plasma torch. The crew is very unhappy about the broken promise, Captain. I didn't know, Lieutenant Lani, that it was total. It was like concurrent, not cumulative. You could have been clearer when you made this bargain with me. You know? You could have said, Captain, by the way, it's not 900 total. It's 900 in the cargo bay. At once. Fine. Captain, we detected massive blah 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 blah. Good. Oh god. She didn't explain it. She just gave me a number. Can the crew mutiny? Absolutely. Green. Come on. Yes. Unfortunately, that means I just completed that 900 thing, literally the cycle after it ended. Did I ask for clarification? She didn't give me the opportunity to ask for clarification. Airlock her, I agree. Alright. One day, Delashore, yeah, pretty much. Okay, so we have... Interestingly, when you take on a new hero, you don't get extra crew for that. They seem to be additional. I'm kind of curious about where this extra crew is going to come from. I'm guessing the answer is Borg. Do we assign heroes? I mean, I've been using them for missions and stuff. Because they get used for you know, during combat, when you do an away mission, things like that. Should we just go and see what this thing is? We could go there on the way. Might as well. Specific stations. If you can do that, the game hasn't told me about that. Alright, we'll go safe. We're just trying to top it up to the top here. Nice. Beautiful. Nearly full tanks. Okay, so... Is there anything I want to do in here? This is a problem. We can't do that because I don't have any... Oh, I do have some tragic. Where the hell did I get that from? Is that from a mission reward? Must have been. So I have 15. Is that enough for a life support? No. Not even close. Assign a hero to the room to receive an efficiency bonus. Engineers craft items and torpedoes, but I can't actually craft anything, presumably because I don't have any recipes unlocked. But I have torpedoes, so presumably I know how to make those. So how do I do that? Eh? No craftable blueprints. I did explain blueprints, actually. Workshop. Blueprints found through research, analysis, or exploration. Okay. So, is there any point in me actually having this turned on right now? I guess I have energy, but... Although it is using deuterium, I guess. I can't craft anything, I might as well turn it off. Yeah, we definitely got some torpedoes from somewhere during the tutorial. Yeah, that's pretty much all we can do right now. So, let's science, and then objective. The alien probe. Form a passive scan. Conduct a detailed analysis. Ooh, that is a very big yellow bar. Let's do a passive scan. No. Nice. Beautiful. "70,000 light years from home, it seems we're in this together, Commander. Your decision didn't win you any friends. Kazon, Monkey, and Starfleet, but I respect you for it. The anger is justified. We have more pressing concerns. 2 crews on 1 ship stranded in the Delta Quadrant fighting for survival. Betlana recruited. I know a thing or two about survival. The Marquis are a motley crew. We had to learn to put our differences aside and work together to coexist. Coexist, hmm? Well, Commander, I'd like to offer you the position of Voyager's first officer. Yeah, they just abandoned the raider, apparently. I can't remember what happens in the series now. I think the ship gets destroyed when the array goes bang. I think when the array explodes, it takes the Marquis ship with it. If I remember correctly, and they have to, as the array explodes, the Voyager does one of those last second beam out things. Oh, did it ram something? Yeah, you're the first officer, but it's mostly just an honorary position because I don't delegate anything. You're willing to trust a Marquis with that responsibility? I'm learning to adapt. This is a new beginning. A chance to forge a new path together. 27? That's cool. Neelix, Cass, you wanted to see me? Do you need anything else before you leave? Supplies, water, medicine? Oh, they ain't leaving, Kathy. They ain't leaving. You would not believe how much they are not leaving. 27 potential saboteurs, yep. It's what we wanted to discuss. We'd like to go with you. Before you say anything, Captain, we both very much want to be a part of your journey. I can offer you so much in this sector, Captain. Need a guide, supplies, contacts, and a cook? Oh, you haven't lived until you've tasted my Angler Bosk. But more than that, Captain, I can be your morale officer. Keep those smiles bright on this long voyage home. I can also reduce the cooldown of your hero's abilities in battle. Somehow. I have a feeling you'll need that. A guide, a cook, and morale officer? That's quite an offer, Mr. Neelix. And Cass, what about you? What do you bring to the table? What do you hope to gain from this journey? I want to see the galaxy. There's so much out there I don't know. I want to explore and discover. Perhaps this journey could help me understand my own telepathic abilities better, learn more and develop them, and destroy the Voyager. When I lose control. Oop, spoiler alert. But I also want to help. After the doctor cured my wounds, I realized I want to help people too. Maybe I could learn from him and assist in the sickbay. I think the doctor would be glad to have you. Very well then, welcome aboard. Captain, you might want to see this. Looks like we've stirred up a little trouble in a good way, I think. Oh. A sudden distress call reveals Voyager's victory over Jabin sparked a mass escape from the Kazon slave camp. Janeway wastes no time ordering the desperate survivors to be beamed aboard. Neelix is surprised to find another Talaxian, Zibine, who was captured. While exploring the Ocampa landscape, gratefully joins the growing crowd of survivors seeking the doctor's care. 21 crew. Spies. Alright, everybody, listen up. Deliver speech. Overcome differences. Unite as one. Deliver speech. Stand strong as one crew. Defend ourselves. Deliver speech. Unite. Explore the unknown and learn. Unite, explore the unknown, and learn is the most Starfleet one. We'll need more beds? Yes, we will. But I can't unlock the other floors yet. So morale is probably going to become an issue. We're alone in an uncharted part of the galaxy. Well, the Alpha Quadrant crew are. Everyone else lives here. We're alone in an uncharted part of the galaxy, ripe for scientific discovery. We face the unknown with open minds, eager to explore and learn. To survive, we must work together as one crew. Use my chat to advertise your own stream, you get banned. What's wrong with you? Did we bring a pipe organ? Oh, the stirring orchestra. It's Harry. It's Harry, just off camera. Yep. Continue speech. Chart new territories, seek solutions, explore but duty calls us home, explore but fight our way home. Explore but duty calls us home. Chart new territories, seek solutions is more of a Janeway response, I think. As the only Starfleet vessel in the Delta Quadrant, will continue to chart new territories and unravel the secrets of this region. But our objective is to return home. 75 years is unacceptable. We will innovate. Adapt, overcome, reach home. Never give up, find a way together. Analyze, innovate, find a way home. Adapt, overcome, reach home. We'll seek out shortcuts and new technologies. Sounds like the beginning to TNG. Seeking new shortcuts and new technologies. We will boldly innovate where no one has ever innovated before. We will forge alliances and confront those who stand in our path. We will adapt. We will prevail. We will not rest until we reach home. Good speech, Kathy. Mr. Paris, you've proven yourself a skilled pilot and a valued member of this crew. I hereby appoint you our flight control officer. And for the first time in my life, I don't know what to say. Perhaps a state that you would like to embrace more frequently from now on. I think some of this dialogue is lifted directly from the show. Lieutenant Paris, it's a nice ring to it, don't you think? Hey, Harry. Hey, Ensign Harry. I bet your own promotion is just around the corner. Oh boy, imagine me becoming a captain one day. Ain't happening, Harry. It's not happening. Sorry to tell you this, but we come from the future. It's not happening. Very well, gentlemen. It's your first official act in your new position. Lieutenant Paris set a new course. We're flying home. Yeah, caretaker completed. Ooh. So, the game is divided into like chapters, essentially. based on the spatial sectors. I think there are 10. If you get the DLC, there are 11. Get stats of Voyager era command track blouse. A blouse? The event set will cause all active missions to be cancelled and all heroes currently marked as unavailable to be lost. I guess I'll stay and just check that there's nothing for me to do. Starfleet let anyone become an admiral. Right, so the problem we are gonna have... An upper body garment you refuse to call what they're wearing a shirt. To me, a blouse is a female shirt. So I now have 53 out of 98. I have 38 crew who are quarterless. So morale is dropping by 12. However, because I only have 15 titanium, I can't unlock any more space. I have that there, but that's not big enough for accommodation. That is not available. I guess I have that one. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do, Yak. The funny thing is though, like, flying around to get deuterium is not necessarily that useful, because it takes a lot of deuterium to just fly around the system. Top row is the space at the top, I'll have a look. Okay, 12 crew is a good chunk of the extras. Captain Doug Chase, hello. That's a mess hall. Oh yeah, I guess so. What is the other crew doing? Oh, the hull repairs. Hello, Doug. How you doing? What are we researching? We're researching plasma torch. We could do with more uranium. In historic military, are you about to actually me? Historic military terms. There is definitely an actually on the beginning of that sentence. A blouse is a waist-length jacket that cinches at the bottom, originating from the French word blouson. Not to me, it ain't. It's very much implied. What do the French know anyway, exactly? Stupid language. Nice. Cool. No. Oopsies. So I guess let's go via the science. Maybe like science, deuterium, science, the uranium, and then deuterium, and then out. Something like that. Exactly, Jim, exactly. All right, beautiful. That means we have 26 crew who need accommodation. So let's grab that one. Now I got more crew, I should probably build another, is it the engineering office that gets me a work team? Yeah. So engineering office is 3, which would fit there. While scanning the ring system of the Class D planet, Voyager detects traces of the 247th element. The 247th element is curium. Curium is a synthetic chemical element, has the symbol Cm. Atomic number 96. It's a transuranic actinide. Okay. Major breakthrough to the Federation. And I mean, Wikipedia knows about it in 2026, so yeah. Make Templar a mod? Why on earth would I do that? Dispatch team. The risk is too high to send a team down. A sample is brought aboard for analysis. How is that less risky? We dispatch a team. Dispatch a team. Hey, mission outcome excellent. Numerous bodies were discovered in varying stages of decomposition. Each was covered in a fibrous membrane-like substance, creating a disturbing scene. Oh, I remember this. I remember that. Scan the remains for residual energy or anomalies. Examine the bodies for clues to determine what happened. The site appears to be a burial ground. Leave the remains untouched and observe from afar. Ooh. Red bar, I know. So we can go like green, yellow. We can go green, red. Or we can leave. I think we'll scan, because that's kind of in the keeping with the, like, don't disturb it as well. Plus it's got a better return as well. Ugh. Dang it. 150? Dang, game. So the red is raw. Yellow is okay. Oh boy, okay. Blech. Clonk. Okay, let's go via this one, and then that one, and then we go next sector, I think. Can I research something? I think I'm already researching. Yeah, I am. Plasma torch. That's what this yellow bar is. We still in tutorial? It feels like we've sort of come out of the main tranche of the tutorial, but I suspect there'll be other mechanics that it tells us about, like the Borg. Probably it's going to tell us about that. And some of the other little bits and pieces. Just looking at the tech tree, I think that's probably going to be a few little tutorialized extra bits. But I think essentially the first sector is the tutorial. We don't need morale, just discipline. Uh-huh. Something about assigning heroes in the help time. I'll have another look. We detected a small debris field scattered across a wide area. Debris, blah, blah, blah. Use the tractor beam to clump it up. No, I'm just gonna go easy. Things I can't take more than 100 anyway. Let's have a look. Hero abilities. This is talking about hero abilities in combat. That's talking about the general crew. Sorry, I keep having to ban people and kick. Apologies. No search? No. Doesn't seem to be. Because that whole section is about combat. Actually, this is the first time I've had trouble. That's two people in a few minutes. Workshop? Maybe. No, it's just people advertising streams. So it's just like, come and follow me, I'm streaming, or go and follow this guy, or whatever. No. So, Gavri, where do you think this is? Because I don't have a bridge screen that I'm aware of, if that's what you meant. Was this in here? Because we've got heroes. Oh, then maybe it's this. Because we haven't really looked at this yet. So this is warp core. So this looks like it's the same stuff that's in the main engineering screen, except this is passive. Can't click it. We got morale, we got crew, heroes and combat. Okay, so heroes. No position assigned. Okay, so the only place I've seen where you can like assign someone is when I had the workshop turned on. Here. So I guess that's it. So how many other rooms have that? Okay. It hasn't mentioned that at all. Hang on, how many work teams can I have in a single engineering office? What? Some bits of this interface are like, what? Yeah, it looks like most of the rooms can have something. Why would the doctor not be assigned to the sick bay? So Gavri, when they're assigned to, or Bonte, when they're assigned to these rooms, does that mean that they're not available for things like combat or away missions? Do I have to like juggle them, or do they just? Is this like separate to them? 2 work teams, but how do I get another work team? How do I get this? Oh, upgrade. Okay. Still available. Okay, so I can just stick them there with no loss elsewhere. So basically, do it because there's no reason not to. Is that right? Yeah, I can put a hero in the shield generator. That's pretty cool. Should we just send Tuvok down to the shield generator room? You don't get to be on the bridge anymore. Or to Kote, just send the first officer down to the... Oh, this is that screen, okay. Maquis Raider ally. Banish him. I can put a hero in the mess hall. That's cool. Well, it would only be appropriate if that was Neelix. Yeah, he's there. So go for extra research with Harry. This makes 0 sense. It's how can they be there and in the bridge? But there we go. We got Doctor, we got Harry, we've got Neelix. Increases their fire rate. By how much? I don't know. Interesting. Manage that room, yeah, exactly. Work remotely from the bridge. Yeah, we can have a hero in the transporter room. What does that do? Plus 4% to hero skills in away missions. That's huge. Yeah, Chakotay, you can look after that. Holy crap. Engineering. We didn't do B'Elanna, did we? 48% warp core repair rate. That sounds important. Funnily enough, most of them live where they actually, live. rather hands-on. I guess on a starship you can just like work from anywhere, unless you need to physically actually do something. Alright, I think that's most of them. Science phases, sick bay, transporters, mess hall, main engineering, Tom and Kess. And Janeway, but she didn't come up as an option. And I don't know if I can put them anywhere. Who's head of security? Tuvok. Who did I say? I said Tom, didn't I? Tom and Kess. I don't think I have anywhere I can put them right now. But bear in mind, I haven't built a lot of the rooms yet. Yeah, I don't think I've got anywhere I can put them. That'll do. Janeway on the bridge. There isn't a heroes tab. Okay. So we got that. Let's get this deuterium. Alright, so we got that, and then we can do this room where I was going to put the... I was going to put an extra engineering office, I think. Let's do crew quarters. Plasma torch. Alright, so... This is shuttle construction time, shuttle bay, negotiation tactics, busted collectors. Ugh, whatever this is, we need this. I'm guessing that's going to come from Cycle 2. Reveal this technology to learn more about it. Reduces initial building, upgrading, and repair times by -15. Let's do that. Interphasic coil spanners. You're an interphasic coil spanner. That's a great insult. What are the tabs? That is a very, very good question. Shut up. Just shush. Okay? Because I totally knew that those were there. Just shush. Look, this first tab is so big that I just assumed that that was everything. And that these were scrolling across as I was scrolling. I assumed that these were like the sections of this massive horizontal scrolling tech tree. It turns out they're not. And each one is its own massive horizontal scrolling tech tree. Thanks for pointing that out. I may be a professional streamer, that doesn't mean I'm a professional starship managing captain whatever. CEO. I'm not a starship biologist. Crew quarters, yeah. Accommodates 10 crew members in standard Starfleet quarters. Yeah, that's probably a good plan, isn't it? So let's cancel all this other useless stuff we've been doing just as busy work. Can I cancel that? Yes, I can. Thank you, Quaggers. What else is in here? Hydroponics. We need to do that so that Kes can have her goes a bit mental arc. Field training. Oh. Combat hull reinforcements. Maneuvering thrusters. Captain's acknowledgement. So much research. Improve phaser fire rate. Oh, interestingly, the tier unlock is per tab. Okay. Looking at the UI helps. Yes, true. Alright, cool. For some reason, that close button needs to be clicked twice. You seriously have to research if it's possible for Janeway to just acknowledge other people did a good job? Yes. Because thanking team members and recognizing contributions is very, very closely related to delegation. They are two sides of the same coin, funnily enough. People who are not good at delegation are also not very good at recognizing contributions, in my experience. Do the life support rooms cost different amounts depending on the empty room it unlocks? Ah, that's a good question. Yes, it looks like it. The size of the deck. The size of the deck changes the resource cost. Yep. Hopefully in the next sector we'll find out how to get this. You had no idea the mess hall was on deck 2? Apparently so. How much are the ones at the very bottom? Do you mean these ones or these ones? 4021. What even is one? Oh, the gel packs. I enunciated deck extremely clearly. I did. The lower decks, yes. We need the lower decks so we can make a spin-off series. A really good spin-off series. Anyway, I can't even afford that. Alright. Interstellar cloud. Sensor detectors dense cloud of interstellar gas with an unusually high concentration of deuterium. Do we use our buzzards? Did I ever watch ST Prodigy? I've never even heard of that, so no. What is that? Should we risk it for a biscuit? No, oh, bollocks. That is bad. We spent more than that getting there. Ship looks like it's halfway. I mean, it did get blown to crap getting dragged across the Delta Quadrant. And they did, in the series, they did kind of put it back together right at the beginning of the series and somehow ended up with this, like, pristine, beautiful starship. Despite the fact they didn't have access to anything. It did, at the beginning, almost get destroyed. Used to be on Netflix? I have never had Netflix. Lovely. That's great. Think how short the series would have been if it had been destroyed, or if they'd just gone home. If they'd just gone home halfway through the tutorial. Yeah, because that can happen, apparently. Okay, so I don't think there's any point in spending loads of deuterium going over there to get that. So let's just leave, or we could do that. We could put another cargo bay in there for uranium. Oh man, I have a really bad record with these kind of like 50-50, like 60-40 kind of rolls. I've failed almost every single one of them. And the problem is, if you fail, it ends up being much less than you spent to get there. It is XCOM, you're totally right. Put the radioactive materials next to the kitchen. Yeah. Oh man, yeah, and it's hull damage as well. Although we've been gradually repairing that, so it's pretty good. 143. I mean, I started on 900 when I came over here. Oh man, that's not much extra. Let's just grab that. Let's just grab that and go. Over 1,000. Right. We ready? 50-50, 0, 90 is 50-50, and 14% chance is basically guaranteed. You are absolutely right. And a 99 will always fail. I'm fairly sure that's hard-coded in. What is that? Do you rate? Oh, okay. Fair enough. Alright. Next sector. I'm just looking at the time. Do I want to get into the next thing? Because it's probably going to be like story thing, next thing, next thing, next thing. Should we just have a sneak peek? Get a little flavor. Chapter 2. Bow. We'll get set up.
Personal log, Lieutenant Tuvok. We have been in the Delta Quadrant for an estimated 4 weeks. The integration of Starfleet and former Maquis personnel is progressing. Our current trajectory of 70,000 light-years to Federation space dictates a need for a long-term survival strategy. Due to the replicator's power consumption, the captain has concluded that we must transition to traditional nutrition and enlist the assistance of Mr. Neelix in locating alternative food sources. I have provided Mr. Neelix with a Starfleet Cadet's Guide to Shipboard Protocol, specifically highlighting regulations concerning discipline, resource management, and proper conduct. To date, I have observed no discernible alteration in his operational methodology or adherence to protocol. I will therefore continue to monitor his activities to ensure that his unconventional approach does not result in any culinary incidents.
Sure if they've added some kind of like weird electronic distortion filter to those voices to make it sound like a log entry, which makes no sense whatsoever. It sounds terrible. Yeah, I can see.
Personal log, Lieutenant Tom Paris.
Yeah, his does it as well.
Lieutenant, flight control officer. Has a nice ring to it. Who'd have thought you only need to get yourself stranded 70,000 light years from home to actually climb the Starfleet ladder? Starfleet brass and Maquis rebels all crammed onto one ship?
Sounds terrible.
Found a good pal in Harry Kim. His nose is still glued to the How to Be a Model Ensign manuals, but he's got potential. My off-duty hours? I'd spend them on the holodeck if the damn thing wasn't fried. I'm honestly dying of boredom. So, to keep from going completely off the rails, I've decided to start building a hollow version of Chez Sandrine, my old bar hangout by the port in Marseille. Turns out, when Starfleet isn't supplying endless resources, you have to, conserve. And that, unfortunately, includes the food replicators as well. The captain wants us to find traditional food sources, and Neelix, our Delta Quadrant guide, is apparently the point man for that gourmet expedition. Sounds exciting. Neelix already puts our security chief through the logical ringer daily. Can't wait to see what kind of traditional delicacies he drags back when we actually let him forage for real food. I'll be sticking close to the replicators, just in case.
Yeah, they've added some kind of electronic distortion effect to the small bits of voiceover that they're using. I think it's to make it sound like a log entry, which makes no sense because in the 20-whatever century, they're going to have flawless audio recording. It is the actor. Apparently. It's just that they've mangled the recording. Yeah, someone earlier said that all the voices are the actors. We haven't repaired the audio booth, might be that. Mr. Neelix, do you have any recommendations for edible plants? Do you have any recommendations for edibles? Plants, yes, this lovely little L-class planet close by, lush vegetation, abundant wildlife, and it's almost perfectly safe. Almost, that's reassuring. Mr. Neelix could accompany the away team and provide first-hand guidance. I'll second that. Lieutenant Paris set a course. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll have to announce our new chief engineer. Look at her in a little uniform. Lieutenant Carey, you've kept engineering running smoothly during these past few weeks. Thank you for that, but we're going to stab you in the back and make a complete outsider the chief of engineering. I'm happy to serve, Captain. However, I am about to be a complete bitch. The Delta Quadrant requires someone who can improvise when Starfleet protocols fail. Ms. Torres. But Captain, I've been a loyal Starfleet officer for years. I am literally the best choice for the job. She's a criminal. I hated this decision in the series. Like, that makes zero sense. There is no way that she would make that decision. You're out of line, Lieutenant. My decision stands. Dismissed. Morale? Yeah, his morale specifically. Yeah, it's not a decision you can influence. It just is. Miss Torres, or should I say Lieutenant Torres? Now we got off on the wrong foot, but I hope we can learn to work together. Fine, I'll keep your ship running. But don't think I'll forget it was you who got us into this situation. Great. Against all the odds, she's just been made chief of engineering. And she's being shitty about it. But that is how it goes in the actual show. I trust you'll handle engineering with equal determination. Don't worry, Voyager's in good hands, Captain. Apart from the second in command of engineering, who now has a grudge and probably is really, really high risk of sabotage. You'll have assistance. Commander Chakotay highly recommended both Ensign Seska and Crewman Jonas, both Marquis. Screw that other guy. That's not so... Can you imagine having that conversation being had in front of you as that guy? You're like, screw you, lot. Wasn't in the Delta Quadrant, you just leave. Seska, yeah. That's not so bad. At least I'll have someone to rant about Starfleet regulations to. Yeah, there she is. Don't worry, B'Elanna. We'll find ways to adapt to Starfleet. Will you now, Seska? Mm-hmm. Suspect we will be having storylines related to you later. Anything you need to say the word, Lieutenant, you can count on me. Do your job, Jonas. That's all I need. You start right away. We're reaching the L-class planet and we've got plenty of work to do. Alright. Okay, so one of the premises of the early parts of Voyager, not so much later on, but it does come up every now and again, which makes sense if you think about it, is that in the first few shows, or particularly in the first episode of Voyager, you have the Marquis ship, which is like the Rebel Alliance ship, if you like, and Voyager, who are a core normal Starfleet crew. And they get dragged to the Delta Quadrant and they end up stranded together. And so you have these two crews who were previously enemies, because Starfleet and the Marquis are directly opposed to one another. It's a bit like the, I don't know, pick any like guerrilla force in history and like the main military. It's a bit like that kind of relationship. And they're forced to literally live together on the same ship and be one crew. And that integration, especially in the first season, is played on quite heavily in the storyline. And the way that Janeway as a character in the first season does that is by basically like forcing the Marquis into positions of authority in her crew to force them to work together and also to, I guess, expose anyone who doesn't want to do that. And so she chooses Chakotay, the captain of the Marquis vessel, as her number one. She puts Torres in charge of engineering. So she places these Marquis crew in key positions in her crew to make sure that it's all integrated as like a shock treatment, essentially. And it's done really well. It's really well written. The first couple of seasons of Voyager, it's like, ooh, this is a risky thing to do. But you kind of empathize with her because she's in this really impossible position. It would be like, you know, like think about like the Age of Sail. It would be like taking a pirate crew and a Royal Navy crew and trying to make a crew. You know, they're going to hate each other initially. And so it actually works really well as a story plot. And that comes up every now and again as you go through. And then eventually they all become colleagues and good friends, and there's even a bit of smoochy going on at some points. Or hints of smoochy. Yeah, Seska is completely separate. There's a few bad apples. Starting a journey that their grandchildren will complete. You. Exactly. All right, we're not gonna get into anything, but I'll just have a quick look around at what's what, and then we'll probably wait until Saturday. State of flux. Okay, so this is Sector 2. Collect, produce, or trade food. Visit the Class L planet. Planet Oid. Alright, let's do some scanning. But, I've picked up some deuterium on the way. Interesting. The game seems to just give you things every now and again, because I definitely left with less than that. Uranium. Tritanium. Deuterium. Nothing to reveal. Deuterium. Tritanium. There it is. Quaggers desperately wants to unlock some more space. Are you feeling a bit claustrophobic, maybe? Is that what it is? You gotta get away from Harry. Maybe the manual save patch will be out. That would be nice. I'm making you buy this game. I am sorry. It is very good, though. You will not regret it. I'm looking forward to doing a few playthroughs and getting to like the same points and making different decisions or having the RNG go a different way. I'm looking forward to seeing how much replayability there is. Because you could obviously like deliberately do a completely different thing. I'm looking forward to that. A bit like we did with the... Screw it, let's just go home. More tritanium. Alright. What is that? Why does it have a heart symbol? Oh, is that the morale symbol? Yeah. The inhabitants, known as Sicarians, are practically rolling out the red carpet, inviting the crew to spend days relaxing on their world, promising a prime opportunity to boost morale and finally get some rest. That is the beginning plot of every Star Trek The Original Series episode ever. Come to our planet, we're all scantily clad females. You can gamble in our casino. Oh, we're trapping you now and we're gonna eat you. And so Kirk now has to fight a lizard man and do that like back fist double hand thing that they only do in Star Trek. Like he's got a tennis racket, but there's no tennis racket, you know? You know what I mean? We have a funny law where if you're playing ball and your name is Wesley and you throw it into a greenhouse, you're dead. Yeah. It's a cool planet, isn't it? Ooh. Oh, I haven't actually zoomed into the planets before. That's pretty cool. Ah, it's got a moon. Yeah, the greenhouse was fine. It was the going to get it. Yeah. That's Kazon. Oh, interesting. That isn't even a wreck. That's just a Kazon. Interesting. The shadows are weird. I mean, obviously the planets aren't to scale, but a planet does cast a shadow like that, so, you know, if there was dust in the intrastellar medium, that would literally look like that. There are 2 stars, yes, correct. There's a binary system. Most systems are binary, or trinary, or quaternary. It narrows as it moves away from the planet. It doesn't expand. Does it? Oh, I guess, so if the star was actually that big and the planet was actually... Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, you're totally right. You are, of course, correct. Alright, fine. I like it. Also, this shadow doesn't actually point at the nearest star, it points at that one. Thus suggesting that this one and that one. Thus suggesting that this star is not actually casting any light. Stop picking holes in my game. In stats, the shadows are wrong. Yes, they are. Got the shadows are wrong. Quaggers with his, what are those tabs? You're just ruining it for me. Just completely ruining this experience. Totally ruining it. It's an infrared star. What is the difference between the yellow icon and the blue icon? Okay, so that one is named after the literal chapter, so. To address our food problem, Mr. Neelix has indicated that, okay, so that is the L+ planet. What is this one? Our scan has picked up definite dilithium signatures inside a rogue Class M planetoid. We're talking about approximately 500 to 1,000 metric tons of dilithium. We should take a look. Okay. Dimwit. Hello or goodbye. Side quest, doobie-doop, side quest. How's the game? It's great. It's very good. We have been having a fantastic time geeking out. It is fantastic. There's a couple of little niggles in terms of the interface not telling you everything, but that's just a matter of like clicking around and figuring it out. And the interface is so pretty to look at and so like Star Trek like that it's a pleasure to do that anyway. And then there is this thing where the entire first chapter is basically a tutorial, and it's quite dense in terms of tutorializing you, and I think they could have maybe broken that up a little bit and moved some of that stuff into this chapter just to give you a bit more of a mix of tutorial and gameplay. But apart from that, very, very good, very enjoyable. The writing is very good. The setup, like the gameplay, is very good. I like it. It's very pretty. What kind of people call their planet planet with potential food? Maybe that's just a transliteration of the literal name. Where are you from, Earth? Where are you from, planet with potential food? Combat. The combat is maybe the bit that lets it down very slightly. It's kind of this weird mix of like auto-completed gacha game combat mixed with a tiny little bit of control. It's definitely not a real-time strategy Star Trek space battles game. You do have a little bit of control over what's going on. You feel I feel a little bit disconnected from the combat. It might just be because I'm not quite so familiar with it yet, but you feel like you're not really that in control of what's going on. And the actions that you're taking don't really feel directly connected to what's going on. Like, for example, I was in every battle I've had so far, I've targeted the shields, and I didn't really feel like that was actually doing anything. So maybe that needs a little bit of work. But so far, at least, the combat hasn't been a huge part of it. So, yeah. Yeah, no, I did. I literally beat the game. Yep. We beat the game inside the tutorial. That is literally true. Right. We will continue this on Saturday, probably. This whole first playthrough is going to be my own, like making my own decisions and stuff. And then, as I said, at some point in the future, we'll do another playthrough where we do it more sort of collaboratively, where chat is going to make some of the decisions, and I'll obviously not combat and stuff like that, but with the sort of like, what do you want to do in this situation with some of the more important decisions. We'll put it up to a Twitch poll, and then like the less important stuff to do with like scanning and whatever, we'll or resource collection, we'll just do a little straw poll like, do you want 1 or 2? And then I'll just look at the number of 1s and 2s. Something like that. Or maybe I could make a little streamer bot widget that will just count up the 1s and 2s. Well, this is it. So I'm gonna, if I delegate to you guys, if it's your Voyager, it's not that you're sabotaging my playthrough, it's your playthrough. And so it's not just about trying to kill the crew as quickly as possible, unless that's what you want to do. It's your voyage. And so if you kill your crew, that is your fault. But if that's what you want to do, to see what happens, then you can. That is entirely up to you. I will click the buttons for you. Go home early again. Exploring. You can do whatever you like. But you will have to come to some kind of consensus. Beat the game with as few survivors as possible. Beat the game with as few heroes left alive as possible. Beat the game with as low morale as possible. Try and get the morale as close to 0 as possible and still win. Because I suspect there's going to be a bit of that, because it's going to go a bit Frostpunky, where you have to make some difficult decisions, and the morale is definitely going to tank at one point for sure. Because you're going to run out of food, and there's going to be difficult decisions to make. You're going to fail missions. Yeah, it does, Azra. So the DLC adds, as far as I can tell from the description, it adds an extra chapter at the end. So instead of 10, you get 11 chapters. And then there's a sprinkling of missions, obviously the majority of which are in that extra chapter, but there's a couple that are sprinkled throughout the others as well. They seem to be mostly medical, like, doctor-related things from the description. But yes, correct. And that's about an extra $10 over the base game price. TC's probably not still here, but thank you again to TC for gifting me the game, because I tried to get a key from the publishers and they didn't reply to my email. So TC was like, you have a key. So I was like, thank you. So now we're playing. So we are playing because of TC. So thank you again to TC. All right, let's get YouTube shut down. Thank you very much for hanging out, YouTube. Thank you, Azarath. I will see you again on Friday for ships and Saturday for this.